हेलो। नहीं आ रहा है, वहां तो आता है, इसमें नहीं आ रहा ना। हेलो।
हेलो हेलो। लैपटॉप का माइक बंद है ना? ये
अभी भी हो ही रहा था ना, वो कैसे हो रहा है बिना सॉफ्टवेयर के? तो चल रहा था।
अभी कैसे जाता है? तो मुझे सॉफ्टवेयर का मालूम है, सॉफ्टवेयर के अंदर। हेलो 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 हेलो।
नहीं, सिर्फ फोन पे स्टेबल है।
हेलो 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 हेलो। कहाँ पर तुम? हेलो हेलो। आ रहा है सच में? हेलो हेलो 1 2 3। हेलो हेलो। माइक चेक।
हेलो 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 हेलो
हेलो हेलो हेलो
माइक चेक।
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
हेलो हेलो।
लैपटॉप पे म्यूजिक चलाओ कोई।
If you were born between 1980 and 2000,
Hello. People from Odyssey and Physics department, please sit on the left-hand column.
Hello.
To everyone who's coming in, people from Odyssey and the Physics department, please be seated on the left-hand side. People coming in just now, if you're from the Physics department or from Odyssey, please sit on this side. Good afternoon, everyone. We will be starting now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, we extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the celebrations of National Space Day 2025. I, Khushi Amal,
And I, Sagar Sakya.
from the Physics Department representing Odyssey Club, once again welcome you all. This year's theme, Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, Ancient Wisdom of Infinite Possibilities, beautifully captures India's remarkable journey from the pioneering insights of our ancient astronomers to the cutting edge missions like Gaganyaan and Bharatiya Antariksh Station, which will take our nation to new heights in space exploration. We are truly honored to have you with us today as eminent scientists, industry leaders, startup entrepreneurs, academicians, and bright young minds who together represent the future of India's space odyssey.
To begin this special occasion, may I now invite Dr. Amit Prasant, Dean of Research and Development, IIT Gandhinagar, along with Sri Chandra Prakash Singh, Sri Kunal Joshi, Sri Ashish Soni, Sri Rohit Singh, Sri Vimal Kumar Bhandari, and Sri Raj Bahadur. Chandrabhan. Now I request to all the dignitaries present on the stage to enlight the lamp of wisdom and begin the event. I request to all the dignitaries, please okay, take your respective seats. Shall I start? Okay. Thank you to all the dignitaries. Now, may I request to Dr. Amit Prasant to deliver the welcome address.
So, would you prefer this or this?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a really an amazing day. We are quite honored to have such scientists with us. Of course, the whole country takes a big pride with all the achievements that have been done in the space sector. And ISRO has been at the, you can say, pinnacle of that. But at the same time, that challenges us, that we have to do better. It's an example that they have set with time, with new technologies and indigenous developments. What is not possible? The answer is everything is possible. That example is what inspires us. Now, this Space Day is, in a way, in memory of or reminding us to challenge ourselves and do the same level of effort in achieving the goals that we would like to have. Not only, you can say, our own passion that we have, but also aligning those passions with the aspirations of the nation. So that combination is what this celebration is all about, in some sense. So that way, we celebrate all the scientists that are there with us, and we would like to also challenge in another direction, that we need to come up with ideas, translating those ideas to products or processes, and take those innovations to market. Now, in that series, ISRO has been licensing its technologies now. Recently, they started. Several technologies have been licensed out, and there are more to come. So I'm sure ISRO team will be more than happy to discuss with you if, as a startup, you would like to take up some of those licenses and take the products forward as a startup or in collaboration with other industry partners, you can say, right? That is one side. Second side is many of you are doing research here. If your research aligns with some of the technologies in space tech, fortunate part is that ISRO SAC has an MOU with IIT Gandhinagar. There are several scientists who are actually now students, PhD students at IIT Gandhinagar. And this gives us a unique opportunity to work together, where you can get inside information, you can say, right? So directly working with them. So if you have aspiration to come up with a product or direct solution to something interesting, it doesn't need to be in space tech directly, but it's using some of the technologies that have been developed in space tech, right? But you are taking that technology forward for other purposes. That is also possible. So that's where an interaction with the scientists directly from ISRO and other space tech companies, and working with these scientists who are coming to our campus once in a while, that will be a big benefit to all of you. So I hope you all get the inspiration today, and many of you take that as a commitment to do something substantial in near future with the help of all the space tech colleagues that are here today with us. So I again welcome my distinguished guests here, and I would rather say I look forward to calling them our partners rather than guests. So that's where we are moving slowly. And I'm sure the inspirations that we will get today will go a long way. So thank you again for joining us today. We look forward to your discussions today.
Thank you, Dr. Prasant, for setting the tone for today's event with your inspiring words. Now, I would like to request to all the dignitaries to please sit in the front of the row so that we can start our talks. Give us 2 minutes to arrange the stage.
Next, we are delighted to have with us Shri Kunal Joshi, scientist SAC ISRO, who will share his thoughts on the significance of National Space Day 2025. Please join me in welcoming him.
Very good afternoon. Usually it is considered a sin to speak in front of a audience who has just completed a lunch. It's always a great challenge to keep them awake. But our Dean R&D, Dr. Amit Prasad, has already done a good job, and he has given a good enough food for thought. So I think henceforth, speakers will not have to toil hard. Dean Academics and the R&D, Dr. Amit Prashant, my colleagues from SAC, Ashish Soni and Vimal Bhandari, my colleagues from IN-SPACe, CP Singh and Rohit. Yes, is there. Faculty members in IIT Gandhinagar, invited industry speakers, and most important, our dear students. Welcome you all on this celebration of National Space Day 2025 at IIT Gandhinagar. What are we celebrating today here? Something which is a very unique journey, where we had a very intentional crash landing on moon with Chandrayaan-1, Moon Impact Probe, MIP. In between, we had a unintentional crash landing with Chandrayaan-2. And finally, it ended up as the first spacecraft to land on the South Pole region of the moon with Chandrayaan-3 on August 23, 2023. So what are we actually celebrating? And what our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi very rightly dedicated this day as a National Space Day is nothing but the perseverance, resilience, and the dedication of not only ISRO scientists, but entire Bharat. And currently, the Chandrayaan lander and rover sitting at the Shiv Shakti point is nothing but a testimony of Bharat's space brilliance. And we are celebrating here that space brilliance on the National Space Day. At SAC, we decided how should we celebrate this Space Day. So if you see the theme of this year's National Space Day is from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, from ancient wisdom to infinite possibilities. So yes, we are from the country where space is not new for us. Historically, we are a learner or the seekers of the knowledge, and we have done a remarkable job on the astronomy side. In the modern space era, we are doing in space with ISRO, we have started doing great work. But the future for the infinite possibilities with students and startups. And that is what exactly we are doing here. In 2024, world space economy has crossed $600 billion mark. Out of this $600 billion, Indian share is around $9 billion. So the gap is very visible. Despite we being a top 3 or top 4 countries in the world in the space, we are yet to achieve a lot when it comes to the commercialization of the space. Someone who has, I'll put it this way, out of this $600 billion, 50% of that space economy belongs to United States of America, with $300 billion industry. They have more than 3,500 industries in space. So someone who has served in US for 4 years as an India space diplomat in 2020 to 2024, I can confidently say that if we want to increase the country's share in this global space economy, startup and students have to play a bigger role. Having seen that ecosystem very closely, I feel that somewhere in Ahmedabad, we have started creating that. We have a very versatile ISRO center, Space Application Center in our city, which has one of the state-of-the-art facilities. Many of you may not be knowing Asia's largest pillarless clean room is in Ahmedabad. We have a now in-space headquarters, which is now based in Ahmedabad. We have IIM Ahmedabad, which has a very good startup ecosystem. We have funders like GVFL, so they are here. And we have technical institutes like IIT Gandhinagar and many other surrounded. And top of everything else, we have that indomitable Ahmedabadi entrepreneurial spirit, Dhando. We know that. Barabar na? We know that. What is business? I think this is creating a very conducive ecosystem for startups and space industry. Obviously, it should be backed by the cutting-edge research of the ISRO and the futuristic policies from the in-space. My colleague CP Singh is here, and he's going to give us a very good glimpse of how space reforms have been introduced in India and how they are shaping the new space age 2.0. You may be knowing that world level it has been considered now we are in a space age 2.0. But I am feeling we are already here in India also having the space age 2.0 with a commercial space. So having said that, I'm looking forward for today's deliberation, and I'm sure that today's deliberation will enrich all of us, because all of us are kind of redefining our roles. ISRO used to do projects, now we are going to do research. Industry used to do some outsourcing work, now they are going to do the projects. And academia is now going to produce more startups, I think. So we all are kind of reinventing ourselves. In that process, today's deliberations should play a catalyst role. And once again, thank you everyone for coming for this event and participating. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
The sky is not the limit when there are footprints on the moon. Exploration is in our nature, and in the vastness of space, we find the endless possibilities of human spirit. With this quote, I would like to thank Sri Joshi for her insightful words and for reminding us of the vision that pushes India's space program forward.
With this, I now invite Dr. Chandra Prakash Singh, Deputy Director, Technical Directorate in Space, to address us on space reforms and the Indian space ecosystem.
तो सामने भी आएगा Thank you. Thank you. So, Rohit, you can be here with me. I think we both will address this gathering, and it's a really important occasion for us today to share what in-space is doing and how space reforms is changing the landscape of Indian space ecosystem. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Space Application Center, ISRO, Krunal Joshi, Vimal Bhandari ji, and Ashish Soni. Thank you very much for inviting us in this important occasion. I'd like to give a special thanks to our Dean, Amit ji, for hosting us here today, and all the faculty members and dear students, and most important, the entrepreneurs. And some of the entrepreneurs, you will see that they have originated themselves from the IIT ecosystem itself, which is very important element. And one of the most important contributors who are sitting here, they should not get unnoticed, is our investors. Without them, these entrepreneurs are not going to survive, right? So the oxygen, has to come from the economy that they are holding right now, and they are slowly gaining the trust in the Indian space entrepreneurs. So let us go ahead with this presentation. The topic which has been given today is space reforms. So Kunal Joshi was mentioning that we are sitting at 2.0, right? But if you just slightly change the perspective, it's actually space 4.0, because we include astronomy, which started way back. And, Aryabhatta and people like, great Maharshis of India, they were very, they were the original scientists of those days. They were watching our Brahmand and giving all those predictions and things like that. Those astronomy later on, became very modern when we started getting telescopes and we started observing the orbits and various planets and things like that. And various, formative years of space was, bringing out the space laws, how the orbital dynamics actually works. So many scientists contributed to that understanding. So that was the space 1.0, basically, in if you see in bigger perspective. The race to space started with the Cold War era, and then most of the things were developed. The technology related to remote sensing or microwave remote sensing, all that started developing because we wanted to spy our enemies. So basically, during the Cold War era, the Russia and USA, they were mostly developing the technology, and that was towards race and trying to gain a soft power in gaining that kind of momentum in their own countries. And there are a lot of spin-offs which later were used in the peaceful purposes also. So the global cooperation in space applications started somewhere during the space 3.0, later part of the era, and where countries also started contributing. So the ISS is the biggest example, where you see our own astronaut recently, came from that ISS, Shubhanshu Shukla, and then that particular thing is the example of how global cooperation happens. And various module of ISS is also, run by various other countries. So that is the global cooperation era. We have also built NISAR recently, which is an example of global cooperation. Trishna mission is going to go very soon, which will be with France. Now the 4.0, which has been seen in last decade throughout the world, we are seeing that European countries as well as the US is opening the gate of space sector, which was some time ago was getting controlled only by the government sector. So that is getting opened to the commercial domain, and that is the era that we call as space 4.0. And that's a paradigm shift which has come in this era, and India is not untouched to that particular the innovation that coming up with the commercialization of it. Next one, please. So this is what is happening. The space reforms in India has come up. It is not to take out the work from ISRO. It is basically to ease out ISRO to do more R&D, and the whatever technology has been developed should go to the commercial domain, and more jobs can be opened up, more economic benefit can be reaped along with it. So that's how it is happening. It was announced somewhere in the June 2020, and after that, in-space was established, and we got our building in 2022, which is in the ISRO campus and in Ahmedabad, Bhopal campus. And later on, many other things were rolled out in the country, which started benefiting the these companies which are coming up in this domain, like FDI policy, which eased out the investment ecosystem in the India. So you don't have to ask for any permission, any guidelines, no, nothing. You have to simply invest. You can bring foreign direct investment as well in various components. There are certain critical strategic components where you have to take permissions. Otherwise, directly without taking any approval, you can invest in Indian companies. Then NGP was released, which is basically the norms, guidelines, and procedure to work in Indian space sector. And that kind of guidelines were prepared. We are working on the second version of it, which will close certain loopholes, and it will give more privileges to the space companies. Very recently, you may have heard that we have transferred the technology, SSLV, to one of the PSU in India, which will be bringing the launches from SSLV. And the most important thing which we have come out recently is the EOPPP, that is the Earth Observation Satellites, which were earlier built by ISRO. Now we are offering it to a consortium led by Pixel. They are going to build 12 satellites. So I'll talk about it in later slides. And now we are awaiting space bill. We are working on it. It's already draft is ready. Once it is approved by cabinet and it is passed by the parliament, then we will have a very legal entity of IN-SPACe working towards the various other reforms that we can take up. So IN-SPACe is having mainly, if you see the 4 prominent roles, we are supposed to promote the companies by providing rolling out various schemes, enable them to work in this space domain, authorize them for their activities, and supervise them. So all these activities which are contradictory in nature somehow are being handled by IN-SPACe. Next. So this is the total IN-SPACe, you can say the ecosystem, which actually have IN-SPACe, NGs, ISRO, NCL, and DOS. All are working together in tandem and trying to impart their duties in order to basically give the vibrancy to the space economy. And you see that nothing is untouched. Okay, so space transportation to space exploration, satellite communication, remote sensing, satellite navigation, technology transfer, everything is happening. Apart from that, we are also allowing private companies to come up in the space situational awareness and human in space. They can contribute to any sector they want. Nothing is left. They can also contribute to the R&D. For that, we are even having schemes to fund them. So I'll go to the details of that later. Next. So if you see the space sector, they basically revolve around various components, whether it is downstream, upstream, or midstream. And if you try to classify them, and they cut across various sectors, even it allows you to do a lot of spin-off activities. So something you have developed, something you have qualified, some standards you have developed for space can be used in various other activities, whether related to manufacturing, automobiles or many other sectors. So all these technology, whether you are developing a composite material or some technology or guidance system, navigation system, everything can find its usage in various other sectors, which is not directly related to space. So that we call as a spin-off. That is also contributing a lot. Space to Earth, space to space, all these sectors are contributing towards it. Next one, please. So this is the total space sector value chain. If you see the upstream, midstream, and downstream. Downstream, basically, we call it as the applications, which are the product and services, which common man basically sees as an outcome of it. Whereas the spacecraft building, launch vehicle building, these are something which is purely to provide services to access the space. The ground station is something is the middleman, which is basically trying to connect the data and trying to control the objects that we send to space. So all these segments put together, various companies are trying to build their own niche area and not catering to everything in one go because it's too much to chew. So there are various companies you will find that they're only operating in downstream. Some of them are operating in midstream, and some of them trying to overlap their activities so that they can become more self-sufficient and more profitable. So those kind of things are coming up very slowly, but steadily, and new companies are coming every day. So before the space reform happened, we were having only a handful of the companies. Now, if you see, more than 300 companies are there. So it's a very fast-paced, you can say, the development which is happening in the commercial era. But I'm sure that many of them will be consolidating with each other and trying to make consortium or even getting merged with each other and do much more value addition as the time comes. Next one, please. So these are the various Indian space ecosystem initiatives that we have done. I'm calling it as the vectors of Indian space ecosystem because they are running in various other directions, but ultimate goal is to do the monetization in space sector and India to become commercially more stronger. As Kunal was mentioning that we are having only 2% of it. We want to aspire to go to up to 8%, which I think Rohit will touch upon the decadal vision plan that IN-SPACe is having. If you see the gamut of schemes, we are having so many, and all of them are contributing to various sectors, whether it is related to rocket building. Already there are 2 companies which are doing very good, and I wish that one of them should become a unicorn very soon. And if you see, as academicians or as a student, the most important part is the program that we call as PI. That is basically we want to catch the entrepreneurs very young. We want to train them for 1 year and teach them what exactly they can do and how they can set up a entrepreneurship company of their own. So we are trying to teach them the trick of the trade and the space related ecosystem. We will incubate them within the in-space ecosystem and make them, understand the entire scheme, and trying to bring the economic factor also into their platter. So these all segments which are there. We are helping all the companies, whether they are into data dissemination, whether they are into rocket building or satellite building. EOPPP I've already talked about, but access to data to the consumer is something which is very important. We are now planning to put all the data into GEM portal so that people can buy it. Apart from that, the space manufacturing people, they want to have their components should be made available to GEM so that various entities can see them and buy them. Apart from that, there are a lot of companies which are providing value-added services. Value-added services is something which is most important and most economically beneficial, because if you're selling the data at a X price, value-added services is going to yield you 50 times, 30 times, or more than that. It depends on the value addition that you're doing, because that will imbibe your knowledge, your domain expertise, and then only you'll be able to deliver that. So that is something which is going to fetch a large, huge amount of economy. So this is the EOPPP. Very recently, you may have heard, if you are following, the consortium with the winning consortium is Pixel-led consortium, which is already having PeerSight, SatSure, and Dhruva. Dhruva is primarily contributing with the space, you can say the access to space through their ground stations. SatSure is going to contribute by building basically the downstream facilities. PeerSight will be making SR sensors. Pixel will be making hyperspectral sensors. So the idea behind this EOPPP was because currently what is happening in the space economy field, the EO data that is being purchased in the country, which is very high resolution data, 30 centimeter and better than that, are basically very heavily having a costing. And buying that data for a common user is very difficult. We want that data to be made available by Indian company, Indian consortium, and around that the applications can be built. So they will be owning the satellite consortium and operating it and monetizing it. All that activity they will be doing end to end. We have a technical center. I invite all of you. Today, I think also there is a visit from Gujarat government. They are visiting our facilities. They are seeing that what facilities that we are having. Even Gujarat government is allowing us, giving us the facilities to create manufacturing hubs for the space ecosystem. So all that activities are happening in tandem, in parallel, and various other states are also offering, because those who missed their bus in the IT era don't want to miss the bus in space era. They want to offer us the manufacturing clusters to be prepared in their states. They want to launch the satellites on the exclusively for their states. So there are many states which are coming forward and saying that I want to build my own space policy. I want to do the manufacturing here, as well as we want to launch our own satellites. So that kind of enthusiasm that we are seeing all across the country. Launch ports, yeah, very exclusive launch port is getting built in Kulchekapatnam in Tamil Nadu. That will be exclusively for the launching private satellites, and private launch vehicles will be hosted there. Apart from that, Sriharikota will also be available for the private launches, and that all authorizations will happen through IN-SPACe. So these are the glimpses of Agniban and Vikram S. Next one. These are ground station is something which is very important and low-hanging fruit, I would say, because the assets that you create are there on the ground, and you need to just set up antenna farms so that you can serve the other satellite vendors of global community as well as your own community. Technology transfer, this is a scheme which we have recently floated. You can see the details on IN-SPACe website. The idea behind this particular technology adoption fund is there are a lot of technology which was built by the academicians like IITs and various other advanced universities. They build those technologies and put there on their shelf, okay? Because after that, they are not having funding. We want to identify those technologies which are at TRL 3 or 4. A commercial company can identify those technologies and can adopt it, come to IN-SPACe and ask for funding. We will allow them to have funding and they can further enhance the TRL level from 3, 4 to 8, 9 and make it more commercial. And this is something which is very exciting, and we are awaiting exciting projects from academicians as well. because we consider them also as one of the NGs, important NGs who can develop the technology, and they can give it to some private companies, or they can give it to the startups. So this is something, this is open to all the sectors, whether it is downstream, it is upstream, or any other sector. You can just identify and link that particular technology to the space, and then we are good to fund you. Satellite bus as a service. What is happening here is, if you see the structure of ISRO, you'll find that there are important centers, and they are doing very exclusive tasks. LEOS is making only the lenses. Space Application Center is making the important component, the heart of the satellite, that is our eyes and ears of the satellite, the sensors. But the actual satellite as a body is made by URSC. The same concept you are bringing here, that one company can take up and become a URSC kind of entrepreneur, and they build a satellite bus, and they can offer as a service. And they can build a satellite bus and say that, see, it's a very modular structure. You can fit in your camera and sensor and everything, and I'll be making this bus available. And for that, we are ready to fund you, and we are ready to buy some components also from you. And then we will again put another RFP, and we'll ask people to host. As a hosted payload, we can offer those things. Next one, please. Standards, something very important. ISRO has been having its own standards. They were adopting certain standards of the world also. But the most important for industry to scale up and to become interoperable is to have standards which are globally acceptable. For that, we are working towards those things. And BIS, we are partnering with BIS, and we are releasing as and when the standards are adopted for the Indian industries. We are rolling out those standards. If you see, we have already rolled out 35 standards, which are gazetted and notified. Then 28, and again, some 30 odd standards are getting released very soon. Next one, please. So these are the capabilities, what I see in the 300 startups that they are available today. They are very good in understanding the data, which is remote sensing data and communication and PNT data. They can do data harmonization. They can create analytics platforms. They can also, they are very good in AI/ML mastering foundation models, agentic AI, and many other new developments that are taking place. And they are adopting best practices very fast. We are very agile. They're adopting the standards. They are creating their entire ecosystem. They are collaborating with each other and coming out with the solutions. So all that capabilities make them the sought after entities world over. And I'm seeing that many of the industries are also going abroad and providing their services. Next one. So these are the major applications. I'll not go into details. I think our companies are here who they will talk about more about the capabilities that they have mastered. Next one. So yeah, so I'll invite now Rohit to share with you the decadal vision and some of the details of the companies that they are today with us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rohit.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'll cover the decadal vision part. As Kunal sir mentioned, that we are at somewhere the global space economy is around $600 billion, and we are at 2% of it. Okay. So what we aim to achieve by the end of this decade, we have done a study with the PwC, and we have aimed at a target of $44 billion, which is around 8% of the global market share, and that will be achieved by 60% CAGR over the year. Okay, so the space reform which CP sir has talked about, the effect of those reforms can be seen over here. In 2016, there were around 7 companies who are working in the space sector related areas, while in 2025 we can see more than 300 plus startups are working in different domains. And the investors' confidence in these startups is also seemed to grow up, as we can see in the investment figures over here. These are till 2023. The figures for 2024 and 2025 are being compiled. So the space activities are gaining momentum, and it is seen across the various domains, whether it's subsystems, satellites, ground segment, or activities related to the in-orbit economy. We have received more than 770 applications at IN-SPACe, which are related to either seeking authorization or facilitation of these services. As I told you, these are across the domains like launch, satellite building, ground segment, downstream applications, or even in-orbit activities. Many of our startups which are visually presenting over today will be touching upon these aspects, how they are solving the problems in the satellite communication, Earth observation, PNT solutions. So the next decade is the key. Next decade is the key to the space sector and to the India's growth story. At present, it is globally the whole space sector is seemed to be touching $1 trillion economy by 2035. It is a report by WEF, which is done with McKinsey. They are aiming at a growth of around 9% per annum, and this growth, the majority of it, 60% of it, will come from the areas like supply chain, transportation, F&B, defense, retail, and other areas. If we see the applications which are day-to-day applications in our common lives, will be developed by these space-related uh, applications. So it will help us tackle global challenges, and it will help in reaching our targets for the Indian space economy and the overall GDP growth targets. So what are the key drivers for this growth? We'll see that first thing is there's a decrease in the launch costs, which can be seen globally. There's a commercial innovation in the components and softwares. Then there's diversification and cultural awareness and enthusiasm among the whole of the country. So the areas where we are trying to promote the Indian private and space entities through institutional support, democratization of the technology and data through technology transfer, licensing, then ecosystem enablement, partnerships, skilling of the NGEs, skilling of the students, financial and access to finance capabilities, demand generation. As sir talked about some of these in space activities, I'll touch briefly upon them. As sir has already told about the PI program, which is for the young students who are still in college. Then there is an in-space seed fund scheme in which we offer up to 1 crore at present, and it is going to increase to 3 crores for seed fund as a seed fund. Then we are also doing short-term skill development courses from time to time. We have already done 10 courses which are related to different space-related sector activities. You can always participate. We can also arrange one at your campus or at your colleges at your requirement if there are certain number of students over there. We also organize CANSATs and model rocketry competitions across country for imbibing the space culture in the Indian youth. There's a stress on the international outreach because we want to be the exporter to the space services in the coming decade. Again, there are a lot of other schemes like there are AICT approved minor courses. Again, I would request the dean to look at these and incorporate some of these minor courses in their curriculum. Then there is a space internship scheme which is being launched where the startups or the are offering internship to the students from the various colleges. So it is also going to be live soon. So I request all the students to keep a look at our page and in-space website and participate in the internship scheme. It will be a good learning, and if you want to grow in the space sector. Another thing is there's a student immersion program, which is a 15-day long program where students are taught about all the different aspects of the space and given hands-on experience at our in-space facilities. Then we are also trying to create center of excellence where we can request the help of the academia and IITs to take a look at it. There is a technology adoption fund, which sir has already covered. Another thing is Antriksh Venture Capital Fund. That is a 1,000 crore VC fund, which has been announced last year by in the budget of the government of India. So moving forward, I'll not take much time. Our stars for today are these companies which work in the various domains from satellite making to applications to developing solution decision support systems and the enablers like who are giving the money and incubation support to these. I'll just want to end it with something which PM has to say this year on our Space Day. Sound is not there.
और हमारे ग्रुप कैप्टन शुभांशु शुक्ला इस स्टेशन से लौट चुके हैं और आने वाले कुछ दिनों में वो भारत भी आ रहे हैं। हम स्पेस में भी अपने दम पर आत्मनिर्भर भारत गगनयान की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। हम अपने बलबूते पर हमारा अपना स्पेस स्टेशन बनाने की दिशा में काम कर रहे हैं। और पिछले दिनों स्पेस में जो रिफॉर्म किए गए, मुझे बहुत गर्व हो रहा है। मेरे देश के 300 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्पेस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं और उन 300 स्टार्टअप में हजारों नौजवान पूरे सामर्थ्य के साथ जुटे हैं। ये है मेरे देश के नौजवानों की ताकत और ये है हमारे देश के नौजवानों के प्रति विश्वास।
So the reason behind showing this clip is the confidence that our honorable Prime Minister have in our youth and the space sector. So it's a call to action to all of you to meet the honorable Prime Minister's vision. That is, when the strength of the government space institutions and the passion of the India's private sector will meet, even sky will not be the limit. Thank you. इसमें दो लोगों के presentations हैं, चलो एक clear setup हो।
With this, I would like to thank you to Dr. Chandra Prakash Singh, along with Rohit Singh, for highlighting the role of reform in shaping a vibrant and inclusive space ecosystem. Now, I would like to call Sri Krunal Joshi from SAC ISRO to present a memento to Dean of IIT Gandhinagar. I would like to request Dr. Somnath to collect the memento.
Thank you, IIT Gandhinagar, for hosting us and doing this program together. It's just a moment of appreciation from us. It's a Chandrayaan lander with the Pragyan inside. So I think you'll remember the National Space Day. Thank you.
One of the most exciting aspects of today's program is hearing from the new age innovators, the startup entrepreneurs who are redefining India's role in global space technology. For that, we would like to invite Shri Gaurav Seth, founder and CEO of PSI Space.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here on behalf of Gaurav sir. I'm Steffi. I lead operations and marketing at Pearside.
Hi.
And I have Achintya with me.
Hi, my name is Achintya Tiwari. I look at business and business development and strategy at PeerSight. It's a pleasure to meet you all here, and we'll take over and present you what the company does. Thank you so much for introducing the startups in such a glamorous way. We hope to take your attention, and we hope a lot of you join PeerSight in the coming days. So maybe pay attention, and this will all be asked in your interview.
We would like to extend our gratitude to SAC ISRO, to IN-SPACe for their continued support to us, and also to IIT Gandhinagar for organizing this wonderful event. Now consider this. If the oceans were a country, it would be the world's 7th largest economy. Now, why do I say that? 90% of the world's trade carried by sea. 350 million jobs supported by the oceans. The oceans cover 70% of our Earth's surface. Joshi sir was talking about the Chandrayaan mission, which took us to the moon. We know more about the other side of the moon than we know about our oceans. Now, that is a surprising thing. Now, oceans, they do cover 70% of our surface, and we have very limited visibility of what occurs there. And because of this limited visibility, there are various illegal activities that happen there. The oceans are a vulnerable region. Activities like IU fishing, oil spills, even the Mumbai attack, also the terrorists infiltrated through the sea. And there are various current methods that are available that are surveilling the oceans, but they are expensive, the coverage isn't enough, there's latency, and they are very resource intensive. Because of all these problems, PeerSight was started, and at PeerSight, we're looking to solve these problems. Now, talking about our journey, we can say that PeerSight has been a decade in the making. Gaurav Seth, our CEO and co-founder, he has been working on SAR, that is synthetic aperture radar, since his early days at ISRO. He has contributed to various interplanetary missions as well. And Vinit Bansal, our CTO and co-founder, he has been working at various, he has worked for various test and prototyping solutions at his duration at NI, which is National Instruments. They met at ISRO while they were collaborating on a project in 2019, and I can say that the rest is history. Started PeerSight in 2023, and now we are a team of 40 plus domain experts with contributions to live missions, experience at various leading organizations. And we are backed by tier 1 VCs, global VCs like Elevation Capital, Alpha Wave Global, and other we have early backers and other strategic investors as well. So at PeerSight, we're building a constellation of synthetic aperture radar and automatic identification system satellites to provide persistent ocean surveillance. Now, when I say synthetic aperture radar, that sensor gives us the ability to image through bad weather, that is through clouds. We can image even at night. And we are providing this at low cost. We are providing 100% ocean coverage at very low latency. And as I mentioned, we have a data fusion of SAR and AIS. Now we are on an audacious mission to build a database of all vessels in the ocean semantically labeled for human language queries.
Yeah. So what's the innovation, right? What is PeerSight doing differently that any other company does not do? In fact, you've not heard much about SAR as the Earth observation instruments. SAR is a very unique sensor that is an active sensor. I'm going to go into some of the physics if you're all interested, if you're all students of physics. So bear with me and maybe ask questions if you want to as well. So radar is an active sensor. It emits its own waves and gets it reflected back from the Earth and senses it. That's what makes it unique and allows it to see through clouds and at night, compared to other Earth observation satellites that uses the sun reflection to process data. Now, this is typically done on very large satellites that have the capabilities to do different types of bands, basically different wavelengths, different frequencies, different polarizations. And they've been historically government missions. ISRO and SAC, I think a lot of the people at SAC over here have contributed to NISAR. NISAR was just launched last month between US and India. That was a SAR satellite, a massive SAR satellite, in fact. And the problem with these satellites is that you can make one or two because, I mean, they're expensive, which means that they have a very high latency. It takes time for it to come around to the same spot, usually 10 to 15 days, and they're massive. What we've done is basically simplified this, made them application specific. So you can say that PSAT is an application specific SAR company. The first application that we picked was maritime surveillance. So we narrowed the bands, we reduced some of the complexities to make sure that these satellites are perfect for maritime surveillance. And the technology or the innovation that is required is to basically bring down the size and bring down the mass, because the launch is cheaper. The latency can be much higher because you can put a whole constellation instead of putting one large satellite there. Now, traditionally, the other innovation that we try to do is to try and increase the area of coverage, because with oceans, what happens is there's no lat long, there's no value to the lat long in the ocean, because if an object is there in the ocean at that point, it's not there anymore. Everything is moving. So a point and shoot camera, one that takes a 5x5 or a 10x10 kilometer picture, may be relevant for land use cases where there is infrastructure, cities, where people move. There's a unique factor about that lat long. In the ocean, it doesn't exist. So what we've done is try to make them very wide area and perfect to detect ships in the ocean, because the water reflects SAR away and nothing comes back. So it's perfectly black. I'll just do another level problem into a deep dive into the problem. Now, think of how we know what is in the ocean, right? If you've played Age of Empires, Dota, any of these games, you start with one area where you have visibility, and the rest of the game screen is completely black, which is eventually discovered once you move and build bases there. That's how we see the oceans today. We can only sense what they choose to emit. So each ship has mandated an AI sensor and they emit that AI signal, and that's how we know. So if you just think of it as the yellow is what the satellite sees with an image, that there are, let's say, 5 ships in the ocean, but only 3 of them are turning their AI sensor on and letting the world know where their location is. How do you find out where they came from, what they're doing, and whether they've turned off their AIs for something legal or illegal, right? That's a problem that we're solving. Think of the AIS sensor as the ear of the satellite. Think of the SAR sensor as the eyes of the satellite. And now you can finally see and hear what's happening in the ocean. That's what we're trying to solve. That's the problem statement. And there's a massive market that is just waiting for this data to come, because, as I said, we don't know what's going on in the ocean. Using these 2 sensors to listen into AIS and to see through radar at night and through clouds, what can you do? You can monitor exclusive zones. Each country has a 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone that is their own, that they need to protect. International waters have multiple incidents that go unreported, and illegal activity happens. There's pirates. The pirates are still a thing, by the way. Pirates have not gone away anywhere. So catching pirates, catching sanctioned vessels trading from one country to another, that is not allowed. We do that catching over here in the larger oceans, and in economic zones, we help countries monitor the zones that they are responsible for. Over the last 2 years, in fact, we'll be turning 2 years old next month. The team has achieved a lot. INDUS-X is a challenge that the government puts out every year. The US and India government together had put out an oil spill detection challenge. We won that. As I think Sir mentioned, the Earth Observation Public-Private Partnership, which was announced 7 days back, a week back. So we're part of the constellation that's providing radar to the Earth, to India. And in December 2024, we put up a demo sat on ISRO's launch. ISRO was testing their docking mechanism. Meanwhile, we were also passengers, and we were testing our demo sat called Varuna. And over the next 20 years, this is a very difficult question to answer. Over the next 20 years, what will be? In startup ages, 20 years is an era. So while India turns 100, I think we want to build the threat detection system for the country. The country will own it, but it will provide this service for the world, obviously. Our satellites do not distinguish between regions. It's just that this is coming out of India as a big deal. As Sir mentioned, $500 billion or half the global economy is owned and operated and in control of the United States. Other countries really don't have a say. So that's what you want to give India. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Yeah. We are hiring. If you're interested or if this was appealing, a lot of the employees in our team they're solving real physics problems. They're solving for beam formation. They're solving for satellite drag. They're solving for power systems, gallium nitride. These are all topics that I think you guys are studying at an academic level, but trust me, even the employees at our team are sitting with textbooks and solving these problems from ground up. So if this is of any interest, please scan the QR code, apply, and come interview for us. Thank you.
If anyone has any questions, they can ask questions. Thank you for that amazing talk. Now
I would like to invite Sri Urmil Bakai, co-founder of Setlio Lab.
Thank you, IN-SPACe, thank you, ISRO, and thank you, IIT Gandhinagar for inviting us. I think our peer company has already set the tone, how the startups are gearing up on the space reforms. We did see our Prime Minister talking about it. we see the reforms happening, and the 300 startups which we are discussing. This all result and result of this entire collective efforts which has been put across. So I'm co-founder and chief strategy officer at SAC Labs. स्टेज बंद करना on that phone. Scroll करके Okay, we are all talking about highly about technology, but there are some things we really cannot solve. Okay, so I represent SAT Labs. SAT Labs basically was we got incorporated in 2023. Essentially who we are, right? So we are a space tech company. We are basically trying to capture high resolution temperature information from for the Earth, right? So that is what our mission is going to be. We have we're going to have our own microsatellites, constellation of microsatellites. I hope by now you are aware of certain terminologies. I mean, when we say constellation, it is basically a group of satellites, a combination of number of satellites which are launched. And microsatellites is basically the kind of mass we are talking about. It is we are going to launch it on the low Earth orbit to capture very, very high resolution spatial as well as temporal resolution temperature information of the globe. So that is what our mission is. Now, what sets us apart is we are going to capture this information in multiple bands. So whether it is we are probably the only company in the world who is trying to capture multispectral, multi-band thermal in the thermal region, that is MWIR and LWIR, this medium wave infrared as well as the long wave infrared from a single payload, right? From a single satellite. We are the only company in India working on the thermal region specifically, and very few globally as well. So that is what we are trying to achieve. The accuracy is very important. So our mission is going to be with 1 degree Kelvin accuracy, and also through an onboard AI processing, right? So when you capture this kind of high voluminous data from the satellite, it is also very important how do you optimize sending this kind of data on the ground, right? So having a AI capability on the edge gives you massive advantage in terms of operational efficiency as well as on the cost part. So that is overall mission what we are trying to and what we are going to solve. Now, what are we going to use this data for, right? So right from agriculture to defense. There are high impact industries which does require this kind of high resolution temperature information, right? So right from having inputs to farmer advisories to having inputs to crop yield estimations, to defense, to identifying certain heat island problems around our urban areas. We'll just briefly talk about those. No, this kind of data set is going to have high impact on having very intelligent insights to this problems which we are facing. As I mentioned, what problem we are solving? I mean, if we see, the kind of temperature data we have, right? So it's mostly, whatever we get it from the IMD, or and specifically you will be getting a lot of information on your variables, or from the from a lot of AccuWeather kind of data sets, right? So or the websites. Essentially what happens is, all this data set come from IoT devices which are placed across the city, across the geographies. Now these IoT devices are can actually have a very accurate information to the tune of say 200-300 meters. All the other data set is basically interpolation of data, right? So you don't have you don't have an information what is the temperature information for IIT Gandhinagar campus versus some information of the temperature in terms of maybe near the airport or at the gift city or any industrial area versus the residential area, right? So that is the kind of gap we have, and that is what we are trying to solve. Existing satellites, I mean, it's not that no temperature information or thermal nobody is attempted to do. There are satellites which are capturing thermal bands, thermal data, but these satellites have either very coarser resolution and and very high latency, like so I mean, like they are not available every day. Some of the satellites, you get data for a point for every on every 18th day or every 21st day, right? So that is the kind of latency we're talking about. The industries currently are definitely require a lot of insight rather than thermal or any kind of an earth observation imagery, right? So if you want to solve, say a municipal commissioner want to solve a urban heat island problem, his team will not be able to understand any satellite data, right? They need a lot of insight which is inferred from the satellite data. So you see a huge gap where no industries needs insight, whereas no we no our current solution providers or the current data providers are just no dumping data. That is the no gap we are solving by having a lot of AI driven insights through our own applications as well. The sat LEO solution. So we're going to have microsatellites in low Earth orbit, very high resolution multi-band thermal sensors. So as I talked about, we will have MWR, LWR kind of sensors and the bands where we'll capture this data. We will also have a visible sensor as well. So you have a kind of a fuse data where it gets into optical as well as the thermal region. We have onboard edge computing, which I talked about. It is very essential, where very situational specific data set you can capture if you have onboard AI analytics engine. It is just not raw data capture. It also is behaving intelligently. You have a cloud ready delivery through APIs. This data sets will be available as a cloud, as a SaaS kind of a model through our portal. It will be an API ready. Any applications through an API you'll be able to consume this data. And you have AI powered analytics for the real world impact, right? So I talked about where you can actually give insights more than the imagery. Some of the differentiators here, what sets us apart. 1 degree Kelvin accuracy. Actually, it will give very accurate data. AI processing, multiband, again cloud access. I really have talked about all this in my earlier slides. how does it work? Basically, our satellites will scan continuously in the orbit, will capture data, and obviously throw a lot of data through post the AI processing, the edge processing we have. We have the cloud delivery model, which seamlessly. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is all. Okay, so this is a couple of things which I wanted to bring your attention to, the kind of applications, the kind of impact we can create, right? So this kind of data set will have huge impact on the agriculture, the way we have our digital agriculture practices and the digital agriculture push from the government itself, not only in India but this globally. This adoption is there and it is getting multifold. You have defense and security. Since this thermal, our sensor will be able to give a day and night vision. Defense is for the defense surveillance. This data set is going to be extremely important. Identifying certain activities around the bordering areas and so on and so forth. Urban planning, urban heat islands. We are actually even before our first satellite launch, we are actually with the current satellite data, we are trying to solve certain problems with the current data set as well, and just trying to do certain pilots there. You have disaster management, like you have forest fire kind of areas where this data set will come very handy. You'll not only just identify the extent of the fire, but also in terms of the prediction models, you'll be able to actually predict of the areas where the fire detection can happen, and wildfire as well as climate. I'll not take much time because I think we are running short of it. Yeah, some of the partners, we have investors, some of them are sitting here in this room. That is how we are supported by. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. In case if you have any questions, please let us know. Yeah, the resolution is going to be sub 10 meter GSD. Yes, yes.
And what type of onboard cooling mechanisms you will be employing?
The cooling mechanism. Yeah, I think maybe I will answer one to one because that is going to be a little exhaustive.
But you are doing some mechanism.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we have fortunately we have all the design and the implementation. We have ex ISRO people with us, so that's where we are well covered. No, the detectors are we're going to import detectors from different countries.
Designed by you. But
designed by us, yes, designed by us. Designed, assembled, and manufactured by us, and in the in-space facilities.
Yeah.
In-space as well as the ISRO facilities. I didn't get it. What is the arrangement?
How the thermal management has been done for the entire satellite, not only for the payload per se, right?
I would not be the right person to answer this. No, we can get back to you on that. Little more technical.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leo Lab, for such exciting talk. Now I would like to call Sri Bhupesh Gupta, founder Geonomats LLP, and I request to all the speakers to just keep the time limit in mind because we have a very short time.
NSPD lecture, NSPD lecture, like NSPD lecture. NSPD, yes.
Hello. So, thank you IN-SPACe, ISRO, and IIT Gandhinagar for hosting us. So, this is a little different, right? And first of all, I want to wish you all very happy National Day, Space Day in advance. And you are in space till now. So, I want you to be grounded also, because it is as important as to be in space as on the Earth. So, I want to just introduce actually, because you are the future of India, right? We have spent a lot of life on that. You have to spend a lot of life going to be spent on that. So the point is that, what is the vision? That is 2047, we want to see India as a space literate nation. Some of you may be surprised that by seeing this word, why literate? Once we are, on the one hand, we are talking about the space technology, the advancement, the AI, the ML, the sensors, so much advanced technology. Now I am touching the word. Okay. So, and now I am talking about this literate, because I want to stir the audience and touch upon the ground realities. So, okay, anyone of you can identify this image, this satellite image, what it is showing? Okay, that you keep thinking, and at the end of the presentation, you can reply, right? So, no, this will not work. So, technological challenge, right? So, geonomads, we are geonomads grounded in Gujarat and powered by satellites. And I just give you a little background of it, and we'll finish very quickly. After working in the 20 years in the GIS industry or the space sector, in 2023, I have founded a startup with a vision to serve the communities, to serve the society with the application of space technology for a sustainable future. So, and we are a startup, India recognized startup, and also MSME with the government of India. And in these 2 years, we have completed very high-profile projects with government of Gujarat successfully. And we specialize in space technology applications, then geospatial consultancy, advisory, and drone mapping. So these are the few of the projects which we have already worked. Like we touched upon the infrastructure sector, then governance, decision support tools we developed, then enterprise mapping we did for SPCL, capacity building, collaboration with the academia, collaboration with the different institutes. So we are trying to be there as a active partner in the space technology. And from buildings to highways, governance to retail, we map what matters for people, policy, and the planet. So coming back to the ground. So why talk about space literacy? See, there is huge gap, huge disparity between, and it is astonishing, that is the awareness of the data and the awareness. If you go to many public institutes, there are a lot of gap is there. People don't understand what a GIS is, what space technology is, right? And petabytes of data we are generating daily. Now NISAR has came, and NISAR, I think it will be around 80 TB data per day, which I have studied. So see the volume. See, scientists are doing their jobs. They are doing their good work. NISAR, I think you must have heard, it is a joint venture of NASA and ISRO. So the onus is with us, that how intelligently we can utilize this path-breaking technology, right?
So yet many government departments lack basic GIS skills or knowledge, and data is often project specific. Once the project is closed, the data is in the shelf. They are in the dark rooms. So and there is no institutional continuity. If the new project comes, then the new data is getting procured. They forget that similar kind of data they are already having. So, and there is huge gap between the data available and the actual application. So India is rich in pixels, I would say, but yet geo awareness is not keeping the pace. So we have to address this issue. I will present that how we can address. And there is just one simple example from one of our project which we have faced. So this was the building mapping project which we did for Government of Gujarat. More than 10,000 buildings we mapped, and it was just lying in their dark rooms in the Excel sheets or in their files. So when we converted those data with the help of space technology and the satellite images into the, it is kind of geospatial transformation. Then only they understood the preciousness and the value of the data, that how useful it is. Actually, when I presented this thing them to, when we giving them the final product, like if you are seeing this one. So this is very simple image, right? Which we see daily. It is no surprise for us that you click on a building and you are seeing this pop-up and so much information is there. But they jumped from their chairs. Why? Because first time they were seeing this kind of thing. So that's why this geospatial literacy is very, very important. That people are not knowing that this kind of data exists. So what need to change? Number one, valuable data exists, but it's remain scattered and underutilized. Project outputs vanish when project closes or contract closes and loses its continuity. Then departments still redo the same mapping work instead of reusing it. And citizens, officials, they lack basic this space awareness. And the problem comes when why this is a problem? Because awareness gap makes high-end AI and ML and satellite data less impactful, right? If not much users are there. See, if you are increasing the geospatial awareness or space technology awareness among the masses or among the government agencies, so it is a good business opportunity for us, right? If the more of our users, more will be demand and more satellites need to be launched, right? So it is a win-win situation for both downstream, upstream, midstream, and the users. And innovation this is ahead, but adoption and ground level lags behind. So our problem is not satellites in the sky. Our problem is their silence on the ground, right? Yes, I will conclude in the time, don't worry. So the right approach, I am not only the problem I am telling, I am also giving you the solutions that treat space literacy as foundational, as important as satellites, right? Then pair advanced tools with training and awareness programs. Then build continuity, and data must live beyond these project cycles. Prioritize usability and last mile adoption of the data rather than flashy demos that people will think, okay, it is very hi-fi technology, I cannot understand. We should have a very hi-fi technology, but we should present it in very simple terms so that everybody can understand. The real consumer should understand this. Then keep technology anchored in real societal needs rather than hype, and encourage collaboration across agencies to avoid duplication. So there are 6 steps like creating awareness, then training, then accessibility, integration, adoption, and impact. So technology without awareness is like a satellite orbiting around without having any ground control, right? So this is a moment for a pause for all of us, and we should be asking, all the stakeholders should be asking questions to themselves. Are satellites innovation reaching to the grassroots? Are data and insights empowering governance and citizens? Why do gaps persist between launch and the applications? And isn't it our duty that we ensure that satellites serve their purpose? So National Space Day is not just a celebration, it's a reflection for all of us. So this is how I see the roles of the startups like GeoNomads, bridge between the industry, academia, governance, translating complex data to decision-ready insights. So this is our main responsibility, that we should transform complex data to the simpler data rather than more complicating it, right? Then support capacity building and handholding to the government departments, ensuring continuity beyond the project cycle, and keeping solutions simple, contextual, and sustainable. So startups are not just innovators, they are the missing link. So just 2 slides. So this is the vision. These are the 5 pillars which I am presenting for the Vision 2047, that when India will be 100. Like awareness, then access and openness, application for the society, collaboration and partnerships, and innovations and responsibility. So innovation should keep on going, keep with the pace of the other advancements. So this is how geonomads, what is the vision of geonomads for India at 2047? We want to see a geo-enabled governance, space technology for people and planet, and a democratized data economy, where startups, industry, academia, researchers, citizens, students, they are empowered with the open but yet very secure data. So our vision is rooted in the legacy of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, that space as a force for national development. So India at 2047 is not just exploring space, but it is empowering people with satellites. That is the India we must all build together. Thank you so much. At Geonomads, we are mapping awareness and empowering India. Thank you. Thank you all. Any question? I think I had enough questions with you, right?
Thank you, Shri Gupta, for such an informative talk. Now I would like to invite Shri Shantanu Chaudhary, Chief Technology Officer, Assista BST, to give a talk.
Yeah. Students, professors, entrepreneurs, experts, and all, greetings on this day, National Space Day. And also thank the organizers, IIT Gandhinagar, in-SPACe, and SAC for organizing this event. So, so far as Agista is concerned, the first slide is not coming somehow. Okay, so forget it. About the company, I'd like to say that it has started with basically modern electronics. So we were doing PCB and harnesses for over a decade in Agista Aerospace at Ahmedabad. And followed by 3 years ago, we set up the Agista BST, where we have wanted to mass produce satellites, because it was visualized that there will be hundreds and hundreds of satellites that will be required in all these fields in India, and somebody has to produce them. There will be a lot of people who will design them, but there will be less people to produce them in a mass scale. So we entered, and Agista BST was set up, and one of the satellites we launched. And then, but after doing that, we realized that just build and operate is not a good concept. It does not give good returns in terms of money. So you have to own intellectual property rights. And so in order to own, you have to take critical technologies which you have to indigenize and use them. So we have these composites, which are at Hyderabad, basically. And then we have the downstream activities of mission control at Hyderabad, and satellite data processing and analytics, both at Hyderabad and Ahmedabad. So we have a lot of, the ecosystem has grown from just, just manufacturing mass producing satellites. So we started with a goal of producing 100 satellites per year, and that could be the goal we'll slowly achieve if that company has to have a goal. But then it is not just design, development, manufacturing, testing, qualification of payloads, satellites, satellite buses, subsystems for remote sensing payloads, for SIGINT, for IMINT, and all these things. It is not only that, we have to also identify. Now we have expanded it, identify, design, and produce critical technologies and components like composites and materials, and also have the total ecosystem from space segment to ground segment, an integrated solution from processing to analytics. So this is our lab we have set up. We have set up very, very large labs, and other space startups are also coming to our lab to do experiments. We are getting orders from abroad to build small subsystems and all that. And this is our AIT facility, automatic integrated testing facility. And these are our lot of clean rooms we have set up. And we have other infrastructures and people that are working at the desk. And then we have our vibration shakers and thermovac chambers. So we are building at large scale. We are not building so that we can generate a large number of payloads and satellites in our system at Ahmedabad. These are all in Ahmedabad. Okay. Then, as this process went, we had one payload. We developed it with help of BST, another organization, and launched it through Falcon 9. So, and that is a simple panchromatic payload at 4.6 meters. It was an experimental payload. We did not want to make it a great payload of scientific value. A very poor resolution payload, which ISRO might have done 20 years ago. We started with that, we launched it, and that data is now available. So this is how in our satellite Pangongso, India looks like at 5 meters. This is how Sydney looks like, and this is Arizona looks like. This is if we put our cameras, turn it towards the moon looks like this. So basically is through this, the entire ground segment is being constructed. Because once you have a satellite, you have to control the satellite every day. You have to acquire data, you have to program it, you have to download the data, you have to process the data and give it to users. So by even this experimental satellite, our entire ground segment has been set up now. So that ground segment is at Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, and these two places. And this is, if you have a satellite, we can have a live tracking of this satellite. Yeah. So you can track the satellite. So we have generated a lot of, software and utilities to track satellite at any time. Then you have to plan images. Which way the satellite is, this is the path for satellite, and which is. So we need to know, just full screen. So we need to know at what places we have to acquire next day, and we have to plan it. So there is a software, mission planning software we have generated. Yeah, go to the next slide. You have to this. Thanks. Then how the payload is functioning, and what is the satellite functioning, what is the temperature at different regions, etc., etc. If you want to know, okay, if there is a battery string problem, is there is something, there's a whole science there, and how to monitor it. Then you have automatic health monitoring we are doing for this satellite like this way. Because I have made it for the students, so that students find a continuity, how with a practical deep satellite, you can really, acquire data. And then after you have acquired data, this data is available in terms of frames, and they look like a raw data as you have seen. And then from this raw data, how you do different processing, and finally, So how you do different type of processing. How do you do different type of processing from raw data, doing atmospheric correction, radiometric correction, restoration, and how we will get a precision corrected data which can be sold to the user, which is acceptable by the user, a GIS user, like the last presentations you saw. So this type of developments we have done. And then if it is a synthetic aperture radar, we don't have a payload, but to develop a synthetic aperture radar, data processing takes time. And in order to take time, we have already started, and within 1.5 years, we have almost in a very good position. We have a lot of people who have become great experts in processing it, in strip map mode data, in ScanSat data, and Spotlight data is yet to be done. So we are in a good position in generating the software, in developing the software for generating these data products from raw data, from satellite raw data to this. Then, when you have processed the data and you have got an image, and with a geolocation, lambda phi, and at each point, then what do you need to do? You have to get geo-intelligence out of it. So geo-intelligence, there you require your machine learning techniques most often. And in order to use those machine learning techniques, you require a lot of annotators who can train the models. And so we have a very strong team of annotators, and we have good model builders who can run different type of pipelines for image segmentation, for object detection, for image restoration, image matching. So we have a very set of people who can run those pipelines and cater to various things, and finally generate a report. So I'll give you 3-4 examples with this simple satellite, what we have done. It appeared that it is a very cheap satellite, 80 kg we have sent, and we thought that we'll never get commercially any value. However, now we are selling this data along with some analytics. So we are taking overseas 6,000 kilometer long strip, 70 kilometers, and doing analytics and telling what are the ships available, what are the sizes of the ships, their locations, and their heading. Okay, and this product we are able to do. At least our operational cost, more than that, is coming out of it. So even with a payload of 5 meters, we are able to do something. Then I think PR Site has done a wonderful presentation of AIS. It also has helped us. So, and we are working with the Navy, getting AIS data from them, and through our AFR, we have the ships and their data, and we are able to find out where there are correlation between the ship. I don't have to explain, it is so nicely explained by my colleagues in PR Site. So, and so we will be able to find a dark ship if it is, if the AIS data does not match, basically, with the footprints of the image data. Just like another, this is a Nitin, a project. Basically, it is IDEX project. We've gone and we are implementing it, and it is not a very technically critical project, but it is a DBMS project with a GIS projects together, which we are now working. Yes. Now we tell about little. If you forget our satellite, which is 4 resolution, we take a high resolution data, 1 meter or less, 0.8 meters or so. Then we are able to do machine learning, pipelines. We have set up where we can get 13 major ships types, from warships, carriers, types, and other. We can distinguish these things at 85% accuracy. And we are ex-defense people are with us who help us in categorizing and helping us to see that the machine learning works. So we are able to different type of ships, particularly for Pakistan water, we are able to do this now. Also, this is another example of ship detection. So wherever you detect ship in the port, you will be able to find by the square, by the rectangular, enclosures. Okay. Last topic. We also do GIS type of activity. Wherever you get in the world, we get a job, some money may come. And so we have done for Gabon, and Libreville is the capital of Gabon, for which is getting highly industrialized and urbanized nowadays. So we have taken some areas to do it, and over 19, 21, and 24, we have counted the number of buildings through machine learning techniques and found the increase, how the number of buildings have increased from 5,000 to 8,000, and the road has increased from 0.590 square kilometers to 0.73 square kilometers. This is an example of how we have done the land use with vegetation, wetland built up, roads and transport. So this is the typical GIS activities which we have done. And with this, anything more information you want to know, you can contact this. And I just want to say from technology front, we have two buses we are building, Register 100 and Register 200. Register 100 for 100 kg satellites and Register 200 and for 200 kg satellites. And few payloads, we have a very good team now who are also designing payloads and optical payloads and others. So we have a plan to have a 5-meter very large SWAT image we will try to get, and we will be able to get a high resolution 0.7 meter type of satellite. So, but since we have not yet, teams are all working, lot of components have been purchased, but we have not openly, it's now told, so I have not put it in the, thank you. Any question? Any question?
Thank you, Shri Chaudhary, for such a wonderful talk. Now I would like to invite Shri Christopher Parmar, founder, Orbit Space, to give a talk.
Very good evening to everybody. This is a nostalgia event for me. I'll introduce myself first. I'm Christopher Parmar, CEO and co-founder of Orbit Space. We are a space technology company basically building spacecraft propulsion system and spacecraft bus for ultra low Earth orbit satellites. And I will briefly explain that. Before that, I was part of Space Application Center ISRO for nearly 10 years. And just last year, National Space Day, I was part of the committee, and that happened at Space Application Center. So again, in this year, I am part of this particular event. I am proud of that this year also I could participate in this event. So about IN-SPACe, I will just briefly say that the same center where IN-SPACe headquarters is located, I was working there only for nearly 8 years. And I was seeing the buildings of IN-SPACe coming little by little. I was seeing colleagues from I'm in SAC only, like Gaurav and like other people going to IN-SPACe, taking the facilities and taking all the advantages of IN-SPACe. The first space policy went in 2020 after just COVID. We were the first in ISRO to look after that, look at this space policy. And the vision was very clear that now ISRO is going to help Indian industry to make Indian space ecosystem very robust. And this is still happening. This is just the starting of this thing. And we are seeing that more than 300 startups has already incubated in just last 3 to 4 years. And a team like Gaurav, and they have, seen the tremendous growth. And this is very good vision of our Prime Minister Modi ji and IN-SPACe total team. Quickly, I will go through what we are doing. So in 2009, there were 2 satellites, Iridium from USA and Cosmos from Russia. They collided in a low Earth orbit space, which is nearly 800 kilometers. And it created a huge amount of debris. And these debris were more than 2,000 and numerous smaller debris which could not be tracked. And if you see, after that, there is a huge spike in the space debris in that orbit, around 800 kilometers, which was the Iridium and Cosmos. And again, one Chinese experiment happened. The satellite missile test happened, and due to that, another spike happened. And that fragments is still orbiting that place. And it will be there for nearly 20 years, till they decay and die out. Now in 2025, European Space Agency reported that more than 20,000 space debris or object left over is already orbiting this low Earth orbit space. And this is the same space where companies like Starlink has projected more than 42,000 satellites. And they are sending thousands, in terms of every launch. And you're seeing that if you see the distribution, nearly every major activities in the space commercial part is happening in 350 to 750 kilometers only. And this is going to be a major problem because now everybody is in the same space, debris are also in the same space, and there is a problem of collision and the sustainable space operations. When you have a debris coming in your way, you have to maneuver your satellite. And when you maneuver your satellite, you're losing the fuel and you are using the active life of the satellite. So the satellite life is also limited. When you want more life, you need more fuel, again, more mass, more cost and everything. So this is not a 10 years old problem. 10 years back, Starlink was not there and Mega Constellation was not there. But this is a very recent problem. The international, space, LEO space is seeing, and that's where we as an orbit space is coming. So what we are doing is we are taking our satellite to the lowest possible orbit. Now this orbit is very unique orbit. This orbit is called ultra low Earth orbit, 200-kilometer orbit, or lowest possible orbit. And this orbit has a drag. The thin atmosphere of Earth is present, still present. So this particular drag, in a good way, any debris, when they come to 200 kilometers, they actually decelerate very fast because of the high drag. And that's why they do not sustain that atmosphere for more than 30 days. So this orbit is called a self-cleaning orbit. And this is a place where the first satellites like Sputnik and like Aryabhatta used to happen, right? But they could not sustain for more days because of the drag, high drag atmosphere. And at that time, the technology was not sufficient to make that satellite for longer life in this ultra low Earth orbit space. So European Space Agency and Japanese Space Agency has already demonstrated their mission into these satellites. And if you see when you're coming to 200 kilometers, just half of the present orbit, your sensors can see very clear images. Your antenna will have a higher throughput. Your latency is reduced less than 10 milliseconds, which is very important in strategic use. And what we are building a satellite bus with air-breathing electric propulsion. What we are taking is, we are not taking fuel from Earth. We are taking air from that orbit, which is nitrogen and oxygen molecules, taking an intake system, compressing it, and creating thrust from electric propulsion. And this is the unique thing what we are doing as a satellite bus. And a small block diagram of this. And this technology is 5 to 7 years of life cycle, then compared to 1 to 3 years of normal technology. And we are a satellite bus provider which can host multiple payload on our platform. This is 200 kg bus with 5 years mission life. 40 to 50 kg of payload we can host. And we are led by, supported by Pi Ventures and IMA Ventures, and we are proud to be in the incubated in IN-SPACe, also in the IMA Ventures, and they are supporting us in tremendous way. We have already started building our technology. The first thrusters we have tested, starting integrated in the lab, experiments in terms of plasma creation, plasma accelerations, intake systems. So everything has started. And the first phase we are targeting is the prototype testing of our electric thrusters with nitrogen and oxygen, which is happening very soon in 3 to 4 months. And the second phase, which is the qualification of our technology, because this is very important phase. And this gives us the confidence that our technology is feasible to work in the space. And the third part is the commercialization of 200 kg class satellite, which can host the payload in this 200 kilometer orbit. So me, I was part of ISRO for last 10 years, and my co-founder Anupam Kumar was also my friend in the same lab at SAC only. So we both came out of SAC, and now right now we are doing this startup venturing into this space. And our team is also they are the scientists and engineers from ISRO, as well as the Institute of Plasma Research. They have domain expertise in terms of plasma, ions, and space. And right now we are taking all the benefits of IN-SPACe, all the perks they have, the testing facilities. And in IMA Ventures, they have very robust support system in terms of guidance, hand-holding, connecting, and business development. So this is all about us. And yes, in the contribution of us in the Indian space economy is where the space is leading in the next 10 to 20 years. We don't want to left behind. We don't want to just rely on the past technologies and recreate the past technologies. We want to be forefront in the frontier technology also. And this in this part, we want to contribute in ultra low Earth orbit satellite technology in the next 10 years. So that's all about us. We are recruiting, and we are collaborating with a number of agencies like IIT Gandhinagar, like SVNIT. And yes, we have number of openings in terms of aerospace engineering, in terms of electronics, in terms of control, mechanical, thermal. And if anybody is interested, please contact us. Please take the photograph of this. We are in Ahmedabad only, so you'll also get to visit us whenever you want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shri Parmar, for such an exciting talk. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be having a tea break till 4:30. Volunteers will be outside to assist you. Please enjoy your break. People who have registered for the roundtable discussion as a speaker, please stay back in the auditorium and confirm your attendance with our colleague Yash Kshatriya. Over here. Over here.
So guys who have registered for roundtable discussion, please stay back for 5 minutes over here at the stage. Rest you can enjoy your tea. Students register for roundtable. Please stay back for 5 minutes. We will be discussing with you. Rest can enjoy your tea.
Good evening, everyone. Let us continue the program. By continuing with the talks, I would like to invite Shri Mihir Joshi, Managing Director of Gujarat Venture Finance Limited, to give his talk.
Presentation. So would you like to prefer this or
Sir.
Thank you. So good evening, you all. Great day. So a partnership of ISRO in-SPACe and IIT Gandhinagar. Excellent show. The good part is, as a venture capital fund, we happen to interact with many of the young entrepreneurs. But today, especially in space technology, could see some of the entrepreneurs pitching their what they were doing. So it was not new to me because I would have met each of them in the past. But good, at least they are on this forum. Good, it could be inspiration to many of the young students here in the room. So venture capital fund, I will simplify. What we do, we invest in other startup. So the point is, the ability to create a wealth is out of business, which is very understood. So everybody in the world would have created a wealth out of their equity money, whether it is Elon Musk or NVIDIA founder, or maybe a Mukesh Ambani or Gautam Adani. So they create their enterprise, they own the equity shares of their company, the equity shares become valuable, and hence they are wealthful. Now the point is, in your lifetime, you can be entrepreneur and equity owner of one company or two companies. Unlike if you are Elon Musk, who end up owning the equity share of its 7-8 companies, right? So that's where the venture capital funds come in. So as a venture capital fund, what we do, we end up acquiring shares of many of the young entrepreneur while their startup is young. So we become a partners. So we invest, we like the idea, we like the execution capability of founder. We try to understand and map it globally, that how relevant is it idea, what is the market size, what is the potential, will it grow or not, and what it makes to grow. So we assess those requirements and then we say, okay, what does it take to make it? So if the answer is few crores, we say, okay, take money from me. I become like a partner. So I may be 10% equity owner. You will be 90% equity owner, and let us collectively grow the company. So the young entrepreneur or the entrepreneur in which you saw maybe 5-6 of them, they happen to take money from some of the venture capitalists, including us. So their job is to execute those ideas, right? And if it is successful, let's assume few of the companies, and now we have in our room some of the companies like PeerSite, they raised money and now they are much valuable company, right? And we have enough example across the sectors, and many examples now available in the space technology as well. So once the company start growing, the value of the company grows, and hence even a 10% equity owner, being a venture capitalist, we also make money. So coming to the space technology, so we are sector agnostic investors. So we happen to invest in each of the sectors. Any promising sector, what we generally do, as a rule, we will get into the entire sector, value chain, whatever the possible technology intervention will come into the market, and what could be the global market sizes. As far as the space technology journey is concerned, my journey started. So I am in venture capital for last 25 years, dealing with all kind of possible sectors. Happen to meet a few thousand entrepreneurs every year. And hence we keep on learning from the entrepreneur, and that is how our learning curve grows. So out of 100 entrepreneur, if any of the venture capitalist, including me, meet, we end up investing in 2 startups. So the point is, it's a more of a learning, it's more of understanding, exploring. So the learning start. So I will give an example. In 2012-13, so 2 of the alumni of Indian Institute of Science walked in. They put up a presentation to me, said that we have worked on and demonstrated low Earth orbit satellite, few hundred kilometers above the Earth, in collaboration with Indian Institute of Science and ISRO, because they put up some cost. So this is early pre-incorporation that company journey. So what they said, that we have demonstrated that laying internet through a satellite, low Earth orbit satellite, is a possible. So it is 13 years back, right? And globally, it was not heard of. Then we said it's exciting. So we calculated, okay, how does it work? And this is the first time I got to know that the low Earth orbit satellite, at a few hundred kilometers, if you put, it flies at 28,800 kilometers. Means I may be mistaken. Means there are experts in the room. So then if it flies such high speed, it will lose India focus. So if it has to power India, right? It will lose focus in 30 minutes time. So after 30 minutes, what does it do? So you need to have other satellites which are taking care of the internet, right? So we calculated, we don't know the calculation was correct or not, but there could be a 300 to 500 satellite constellation we calculated. We put up each satellite cost at that point of time. The cost was so humongous. So we said, okay, it could be a great capital assets which is there in the space, but that asset or infrastructure cannot be monetized by the single geography like India. If the internet asset, or sorry, space asset, if it has to be created, it has to be exploited commercially by global population, not only in India. So this is how, when we put up an analogy, that okay, internet could be one use case, how many use cases could be possible, and at what price point? So if we reduce a price point, like for example, we put up an analogy at relevant point of time. At one point of time, electric EV battery, right, lithium ion battery, was priced at around 1100 kilowatt per kilowatt. This was $1100 per kilowatt. So we said, okay, if the price comes down by 80%, it may be affordable, viable, and then the mass adoption could be possible. And if there is a mass adoption, the price will further come down. So whether the physics, chemistry, or mathematics support that part, the answer was yes, even 12 years back. The same analogy we applied, and we said, okay, at certain point of time, this all satellite, the space launch technology, the payload in a satellite, and the use cases, everything will be affordable. And if that is affordable, there could be humongous potential. And over a period of 10 years, we end up meeting every startup entrepreneur in India which is working on space technology. And the good part about India is the space technology entrepreneur works in entire spectrum, whether it's upstream, midstream, or downstream. And good that certain education flow to us. We ended up investing in one Setlio recently. Two companies we have just invested. The announcement is yet to happen because it's in documentation stage. And maybe 5 other companies, because they are well funded, they said no to us as well. So in industry, it is not the the entrepreneur chases the venture capitalist. It is sometimes the other way around as well. So if you happen to be, as a student, think of anything as an opportunity, you should go for it. The resources is never constrained nowadays. The good part in last 3-4 years, the IN-SPACe is there, regulatory support is there, many of the incubator accelerator is there, science and technology department, space department, ISRO, many of the experts sitting in ISRO, current or retired, they come and help. Then the venture capitalists are us who partner, and then there are many global investors around who are looking India as a destination for investing in the companies. So good opportunity for the young entrepreneur, and I would suggest explore it. Sky is the limit. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Joshi, for such a wonderful talk. Now I would like to invite Shri Jai Panchal, founder of IN-SPACe.
Hello, everyone.
First of all, sorry for naming the company in such a bad way. It's called Ollie, but everyone gets it wrong while pronouncing. And I hope everyone is charged after the tea break. I'll try to be very short. So yeah, who here loves a Ferrari? Imagine you're driving one of these. It's like 3 crore INR, and you're having a lovely drive. And imagine a world where the fuel runs out, and now you have to abandon the car. But you have to abandon it forever, and then buy a new car if you want to go somewhere, 3 crores, and keep moving. Sounds very unintuitive, but this is how space economy works. The only difference is there are satellites worth over 3,000 crores, which are used in such a way where when the fuel runs out, the satellite is dumped. Just in the geo orbit, there are satellites today worth over $100 billion, which are dumped, abandoned prematurely only due to fuel depletion. This is a well-known problem. Like in, in 1984, there was this one satellite which ran out of fuel in the low Earth orbit. They literally sent astronauts to go up and grab the satellite. The GIF looks scary, but it's like speed up. That's why the astronaut did not go haywire after catching it. But that entire endeavor costed $1 billion. They grabbed the satellite, brought it back, launched it again with the fuel. In 2007, NASA attempted a similar mission, $400 million, where they teleoperated 2 satellites from the low Earth orbit and transferred fuel between the satellites. The problem has always been with this model that they were too expensive. The business case never made sense. And that was primarily because of a few reasons. One was complex hardware that was required to grab these satellites. Non-scalable algorithms involved in the process of grabbing the satellites, and high launch costs, which would go against the concept. What we are doing differently is doing this at a very low cost. And we do so on the basis of 3 technical pillars that we have, which is computer vision, electric propulsion, and satellite agnostic docking. There's only been one such mission in the world before on a commercial scale, where they used very costly sensors like LiDARs and radars, chemical propulsion, and very satellite-specific docking mechanism, because of which the mission was very costly. But we're trying to do it at a very low cost and in a scalable fashion. What we aim to do is autonomously dock to a satellite and extend its life by up to 5 to 6 years, which can unlock up to $1 billion in additional revenue per satellite. And there are hundreds of these satellites up there. Satellite operators today want this age-old promise more than ever. For the first time, they have competition from operators like Starlink and all the other lower constellations. And India has a very specific angle to it, because this is a very cost-sensitive market to go into, and India has the potential to go and be a market leader in this. We're a fairly young company. Our journey is more about our past experiences than what we've done in the last 1 year. We're all, I was like one of you guys 3 years back sitting in the audience and listening to Aves from Pixel and got very inspired. I'm from BITS Pilani. We had a student satellite team there where we were building multispectral satellites. Aves was also part of it, and Pixel in a way stemmed out from there. I also created a new team to participate in NASA HERC, and we came globally second, and then worked at Pixel. My co-founders have also worked on sounding rockets and student satellite teams in their respective college, and built EV charging, everything from EV charging infrastructure to drones powered by computer vision that won awards by the Indian Air Force. As you can see, we are very old and experienced. So we have advisors from firms like ISRO, SpaceX, SSL, EcoStar, and Astroscale, which is a $384 million funded Japanese company doing the similar things that we are doing. And the journey so far has been, we all presented certain papers in our specific domains in deployment mechanisms, tracking satellites using AI and communication systems back in 2021. Since then, we started as a student team. We were a team of 6, attended entrepreneurship exchange programs in Germany, Japan, and then started Ollie full-time, got our first funding. And now we have this cute little demonstration of docking on an air-bearing test bed, which we made ourselves. We are probably the first private company to do such a docking demonstration and achieve TRL4. And we have fascinating plans ahead. We are planning to test do our first space mission in 2026, and also do environmental testing where we can dock two satellites in a lab setup. And yeah, the goal is to go from here to a 300 kg class servicing satellite, which can extend life of a 2-ton satellite by 5 years. And in terms of contribution to the Indian space economy, it's more than creating abundance of materials. It's about the national security aspect. Both Russia and China have been doing demonstrations where they are doing sort of dog fighting in space, which is very new, and no one knows what the repercussions can be. China has already grabbed a satellite and threw it away and done demonstrations which can be very harmful for our critical satellites for communications and navigation. And US is already funding a lot of startups for developing the similar capabilities of going close to a satellite, imaging it, refueling it. What we are developing is the core piece here, which is the iPod going close to a satellite and grabbing it. And we can do a lot more. The use case that we are talking about, life extension, is generally called as station keeping. But we already have partners who have developed the refueling part of technology where we just have to go and grab a satellite and we can use their technology stack to refuel the other satellite. Space debris, as Christopher also mentioned, is a big problem, and our satellites can also be used to grab other satellites and deorbit them. And space domain awareness is also a critical piece where government wants to keep an eye on the adversary, what other satellites are doing. And yeah, this is a roadmap that we have ahead. I used to present this to US investors, and they always ask, why do you have 2047 at the end and not 2050? But I hope the audience here understands. And we want to do our first life extension mission and go into the broader on-orbit servicing industry by 2030. The global automotive industry is a $4 trillion industry, and there's a maintenance and servicing industry on top of it, which is roughly 1/4 of it. And as space becomes a $2 trillion economy, there will be this $50 billion economy, which will be just servicing assets in space. And the way forward is to all sorts of exciting things where we are generating value directly in space, not the typical space to Earth business, but space to space business. And it is way closer than what normal people think. There are already companies raising $20-40 million for building asteroid mining companies and data centers in space. And all of that infrastructure in space will require a robotic workforce that we are trying to build. And my vision for 2047 is today the way we have mining and oiling, public-private partnerships, and similarly for satellite buses, we should have by 2047 asteroid mining private public partnerships where any first world country, if you see, they are first world because they have a lot of natural resources, and space is presenting this $1 trillion opportunity where if we leapfrog first, we can actually claim a piece of the cosmos and be an abundant country, and then everything else follows. So yeah, we're building a thriving in-space economy. If you're interested and want to own a piece of this journey, you can come and talk to us. And we have certain investors as well.
Thank you, Shri Pancha, for such an interesting talk. Now I would like to invite Shri Harsh Shah, founder Agrocast Analytics, to present his talk.
So hello everyone. There is a problem with the laptop. So let me introduce myself. I am founder and CEO of Agrocast Analytics. So thank you IN-SPACe ISRO for inviting me to join National Day Space Day at IIT Gandhinagar. It's always pleasure to being at alma mater, right? So I did PhD from IIT Gandhinagar in 2019 under guidance of Professor Vimal Mishra. Then we started developing at different products, which we felt that it should uh, come to the societal development side. So with that focus, we started Agrocast, looking at agriculture, water, and climate change area. So here I have a different use case where I would like to showcase you where we are using satellite data for different application development as well as decision making. So working? Yeah, perfect. So we are based at Research Park of IIT Gandhinagar, and now coming to the use cases. So this is one of the best use cases. We recently completed project for the Dholera Authority, DICDL. So where we carried out a drone-based survey of 254 square kilometer and prepare very high resolution DTM, which we club with available DEM from the satellite to prepare very high resolution data, topography data, so that we can run the our hydrological model, flood models to understand what our area is impacting by the floods. And this area is why important because the semiconductor plant is going to take almost 1 lakh crore investment is coming up. So this way the satellite data is very much useful over the study. The same way we carried out a flood risk study for the NTPC at Khavda, where world's largest renewable park is going to develop. So this piece of land is size of the Rajkot city, almost 9,500 hectare, where 4.75 gigawatt renewable park is going to place. So again, we use different satellite data as an input to run our models and prepare the inundation map and what could be the mitigation measure. So satellite data can play a very prominent role as an input so that one can take a better decision or run for our different modeling approaches. Next, we carried out project for the GMRC for the Surat Metro project. So where the new line tracks are going to set up, and it is almost 10,000 crore investment of KfW, German bank. So they have different stations. So black dot indicates the station. Some are elevated, some are underground. So as there was a past flooding event from the Tapi River, they want to understand what could be the risk associated uh, to the project, so that can be taken care from the initial level of the designing. So we carried out entire a study using the satellite data and the GCMs, which is general circulation models, which provides information of the projected climate scenarios. So and look at the risk associated with that. The next we carried out project for the ASI, Archaeology Survey of India. So recently they have developed a museum at Vadnagar, which is inaugurated, I think, 3 months back. So they want to understand what could be the risk associate if there is a flooding over the Sarmista Lake. So this kind of mitigation measure or study is very much required, which where the satellite data can play a major role for the proper planning and mitigation studies. We have completed more than 20 plus gigawatt projects for the solar companies. We help them in many ways, from the planning to the mitigation of the different risk associated with their projects pan India. And we have developed a mobile app for the B2C farmers, so that they can take a decision, they can understand what is the crop condition, soil moisture conditions, crop health, using remote sensing indices called NDVI, NDMI, EVI. Currently, we are using the Sentinel data, which is European satellite, available every 5 to 7 days interval, and having 10-meter resolution. So we have developed a mobile app so that this is an additional layer for the decision maker, which area is having a prone conditions which requires more attention. And like, let me tell you why this optimization of the resources required, because 80% of water is consumed in the agriculture sector, and we are talking save water in the urban area. But this is the area where we have to work very aggressively so that we can use the resources in better manner. Yeah. So yeah, I'm done with my slides. So thank you. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm here to address. Yeah, thank you. So we use the hydro. Are you talking about the hydrological models? So yeah, physics-based model we are using. So we use Hack HMS, Hack RAS. We use SWAT, Wake. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Shrisha, for such an engaging talk. Next, I would like to invite Sri Nitesh Agarwal, Systems Engineer, Galaxy Space.
Good evening, everyone. First, I would like to start by saying thank you to IN-SPACe and thank you to IIT Gandhinagar and SAC for inviting us here. IN-SPACe and ISRO is doing wonderful work in supporting the startup ecosystem in coming up with the technologies that are needed to develop the space sector in India. Yeah, so let me just start by introducing Galaxy. Galaxy is building the world's first multi-sensor satellite, which is we are integrating SAR, synthetic aperture radar, and MSI, multispectral imaging sensors on the same platform. We are promising a revisit time of less than 24 hours. In fact, we are launching a satellite by the end of this year with a resolution of less than 1 meter in Fused, which is our product Sync Fused, where we combine the data from SAR and multispectral imagers. We use the unique capabilities of both SAR and MSI to bring out the best in both. So essentially with SAR, you can capture data at nighttime, you can capture data through clouds, plus SAR itself has its own unique qualities where you can detect metals, you can detect objects, right? While MSI is a very visually understandable data set, right? But you cannot capture MSI images in nighttime or when there is cloud, right? So we use the best of both worlds. We use the capabilities of both these sensors, combine that into a single product. We use our in-house built AI/ML models to bring to combine this data set and provide that to the world, right? Yeah, so at Galaxy, we're not just building satellites. We have tested our prototypes on drones. We have tested our prototypes on HAPS platforms. We have tested our sensors on aircrafts, and we are soon launching a satellite as well, right? So our thesis of combining the technology of the SAR and MSI, we have already proven that in MSI, in drones. I'll show that in the future slides, right? We are also building out the software that we need to operate planned missions, to do the data analytics, and to bring out the insights that are needed for the users, right? So we have already built drones. We are drone-based sensors. We have proven their capabilities up to 2 kilometers. We are working on testing HAPS platform sensors, where we are using them up to 20 kilometers. So these are SAR sensors, synthetic aperture radar sensors, right? Now, we are also launching a satellite, and that is at an altitude of roughly 500 kilometers. So roughly with the current mission that we are launching, we have a revisit time of roughly 5 days and a lifetime of 4 years, right? The mass of this particular mission is roughly 160 kgs, and we have less than 2-meter resolution in this. We have tested a 2-kilometer altitude sensor on a HAPS platform. This was done in collaboration with NAL. This happened in 2024. We are developing a 20-kilometer version of this as of now, right? We have also made a very high resolution drone-borne payload, which is like 15-centimeter resolution while testing it with drone sensors, drone-based platforms. And yeah, this is a sample image that we have gotten from this sensor, right? Now, we are using the capabilities of both SAR and optical, right? So we are able to see that how the Hyperloop track looks like in an optical image, while in the SAR image, we are able to detect that street lights are visible, right? But you cannot see the street lights in an optical image. But when you combine both of these sensors, you are able to get both of these insights from the same image. This was captured using the drone-based platform. And this is another case study which we had done, which is we had used a camouflage detection, basically. So we had hidden a car under a tent, and we had identified that there is some object present under the tent using SAR images, which was not very clearly visible using optical images, where it was just hidden under the tent, right? So in this, you can see that when you combine the data of all three, we are able to detect that there is a car, there is some sort of decoy, and there's also a camouflage present under it. We also have another platform, which is Galaxy Blue, which is our data analytics platform. So we use data from open source satellites, from other commercial satellites, to do data analytics on ponds, aquaculture farming. We are able to come up with water quality metrics. We are able to analyze and understand what is the water quality metrics like pH, calcium levels, ammonia levels, etc. on aquaculture ponds. And we are able to provide those insights to the farmers, to the governments, to the companies that are using this data, right? That need this data for their to project their farm outputs and stuff like that, right? So currently we are using other data from other satellites, but once our satellites go into space, we will be using our own data set as well, right? So the team that we have at Galaxy, we come from multiple backgrounds, like from international universities, from national universities, from ISRO, from wonderful organizations, right? And we are expanding. We are building out. We are hiring across the domain. We are hiring across RF, electronics, software, data analytics, and operations. We are hiring across the domain. So please do contact us. And yeah, so we have been featured in Man Ki Baat with Narendra Modi, sir. with the Prime Minister, and we have we've met Elon Musk. So our founders have done the Hyperloop project, where they had gone to the US to meet Elon Musk, and they had participated in the competition. And yes, that is it. Yeah. Any questions? I would call commercial multi-sensor satellite.
Also, there was a European mission called NVSAT, which had SAR optical altogether in commercial domain. So, but anyway, just wanted to correct you there.
I will take that up. Any other questions?
Thank you, Shri Agarwal, for such a passionate talk. Now I would like to invite Shri Vipul Patel, Seed Investor, IIMA Ventures, to give his talk.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, ISRO, IN-SPACe, SAC, IIT Gandhinagar, and Student Club for this wonderful opportunity. As is the last presentation, I'll try to be very quick in terms of what we do. We are not a startup, but we are a startup partners in their 0 to 1 journey. So we are an entrepreneurship center of IIM Ahmedabad. What we do, we incubate, accelerate, invest, and in early stage ventures. We also have our own research team. We basically also generate a lot of research insight, basically for helping us to navigate in terms of what kind of sector we should be investing. At the same time, this insight is also consumption for our startup. We are basically in this business for a very long time. We have in the last 20 years, we have accelerated more than 2,200 plus startups. There are 800 plus companies where we provided some kind of financial support, including like 400 equity investment. We also have done like 45 plus investment at an early growth stage. Like another startup, we started our journey in a small dome room in IIM Ahmedabad. From there, we have evolved. Historically, we have done a lot of first in kind initiative in India, starting from introducing acceleration to India's first venture fund. We are also like launched some India's largest idea competition. Like in one call, we used to receive more than 20,000 application. These are the just glimpse of some of the companies, starting from, you can say, from a space to agri. These are the some just a representation of some of the company we backed. We have seen all kind of transactions, portfolio company acquired by large organization, secondaries. We also have produced like a unicorn. We also have invested the first institutional check in the company, the first deep tech company, which is Idea Forge, gone in the public. So these are just a representation starting from a, you can say, from a space to agri, all different sectors we have mobilized in our journey so far. As an organization, we are a sector agnostic. We more focus on 3 thematic area we call as a deep tech, digital inclusion, and sustainability. Deep tech is anything more like generating the IP. We have a strong portfolio over there. We have a basically large initiative to basically on a financial inclusion, which is mobilizing the whole, you can say, financial services market for the Bharat market. We are an early investor in climate tech. We have in fact now basically sustainability and climate is getting a lot of attention. We have actually launched India's first climate fund in 2012. As a organization, we are now a 60 people full-time professional led by the management team who have a past experience, operating experience, startup experience, as well as investing experience. And we are governed by IIMA. We have a strong board which represent by IIMA director, including IIMA, some of the IIMA alumni, and some of the basically professor are part of our board. Under incubation, there are multiple activity we incubate startups, we incubate other incubators, and we also now incubating the funds.
right? So under incubation, we started very interesting initiative called Studio, where we are also now started engaging with the individual who are not coming to us with the idea, but they will just come to us with, okay, this is a sector they want to operate, right? And we work with them for a 2 to 3 month in terms of figuring out the different white spaces, and might be also which white spaces they should be approaching over there. So we have a very interesting initiative. We already have produced couple of companies, which is we have done venture creation together. We are also supporting a lot of other incubator. Whatever we have learned in the last 20 years, the know-how we are passing to the other incubator as well. We started incubating other funds. So we believe that I think we are definitely an investor. We investing at a pre-seed, seed, and early growth as well. But our capital is not sufficient for the larger ecosystem. So how we can actually mobilizing more people who are starting the venture fund, and we can also support them in terms of how to run those kinds of funds as well. As an investor, we invest at 3 different stages. We call pre-seed, seed, and early growth. When we say pre-seed, typically now we are doing $200,000 investment. When we say seed, typically do $500 to $1 million. And when we say early growth, we are talking about anything between 1 to 5 million. We have a different pool of capital, which basically through that we are investing in a startup. And we keep coming with a newer pool of capital. Interesting. So let's example, sometime back we started one particular fund only investing in a student-led startup. It's called Grad Capital, right? So anyone, a student in a second year, third year, or fourth year, and they are starting the venture, we are investing out of that. We already have done around 25 transactions over there. In fact, Zepto is the first company came out from that initiative. We also have like couple of basically startup we funded. We are just a 12 graduate. They just completed the school, and they now raise the money from investor like Lightspeed and all, right? So but there are some of the very interesting outcomes on the funds we supported on the student side. We are very prominent. So we have a large portfolio. I'll just now talk about the space. We started supporting investing in a space tech company from 2018. We have done investment across value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream. Some of the company, I think already PSI, Galaxy, Setleo, Orbit already presented are basically the company we have engaged. We are the first institutional investor or supporter to back them. So we have a large portfolio starting from even Agnikul to all the basically companies. Similar, the way we are actually operating in the space, we now started expanding in basically aerospace defense. We have done some of the early investment in this space, and we are also expanding this particular portfolio. From our investment thesis perspective, what are the newer investment or newer company we are going to support? Definitely now everyone might be understand about the upstream, midstream, and downstream. So we already have a like significant portfolio. Definitely we'll double down. We'll add more company. But at the same time, we are also now looking very closely at new space frontier market, which is some of the company you will see on the left side are already a global name, already started funding in the global market. And we are also now basically actively scouting the opportunity for this particular segment and hopeful to basically making some of the more investment in the future. So we are expanding basically portfolio overall. We are doubling down on our downstream application. We are very bullish about. So if you look at upstream, midstream, and downstream market, upstream might be a $10 billion market, midstream is $1.5 billion market, but downstream is almost like more than $30 billion market, right? And we are very bullish about that particular value chain. And we are expanding our portfolio. So these are some of the applications you can say highlighted in the red boxes are where we are actively scouting company and again make a more investment in this space. Now, when we talk about the space tech, again, India has a very interesting journey so far. But when we compare the global market, right? So altogether, like UK, China, US, altogether, it's almost $58 billion. India might only, or not India, but even rest of the world is just 11.2. If I talk about the India, not more than $300-400 million money has been gone. So it's still a nascent market. A lot of basically opportunity exists. We are hopeful to see more and more fund will be coming and might be basically investing. So there will be more dry powder available. What we feel that definitely in this, when we talk about the space tech, bit about the tech and all this enterprise tech is a moat, but the biggest moat is a capital, right? So these are the ventures where you need to run this venture without revenue for almost 6, 7, 8 years, right? If you don't have a basically money available in your bank, you can't do experiment, right? So money is a moat in this business, right? And some of the companies sitting here, what they have cracked in the market is definitely they are very strong in tech. but they have built that capability to also raise these financial resources, and that's why they are able to do what they are doing today. And that's why we feel that mobilizing more capital is going to be very, very critical. Now, when we talk like space tech, overall, definitely people will ask, like in terms of your management institute, like how basically space tech is coming in like naturally, right? So if you look at, like, we have a large portfolio, we have invested in more than 400 plus companies, seed and early 45 plus transaction. Our learning so far is basically startup failed, or majority of the cases startup failure is not a tech failures. These are the management failures, right? You are early in the market, your price doesn't work, right? So there are multiple reasons of the management failure, right? And that's why we feel that that is a part we understand well. So if you partner with the right entrepreneur who understand the tech, also like institution like in-space, SAC, or even other technical institution like IITs and ISC, I think they already have a tech facility. They already understand the tech very well, and we are very complementary to basically the whole journey. So that's the role we are playing. So altogether, I think out of 400, we already have like 100 plus deep tech investment, right? So space tech is one of them, but we also have a larger portfolio in robotics, semicon, aviation, and there are other sectors we are also expanding. Thank you again. I just want to be very quick. I'll not take more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Patel, for such an enlightening talk. And thank you to all our speakers for sharing your entrepreneurial journeys and your visions for India's space future. Your passion and innovation are truly inspiring to the younger generation.
So we sincerely apologize to reduce the time limit of roundtable panel discussion to 30 minutes because of the foundation of time. And, and please give us 5 minutes to set up the stage for the roundtable discussion. For the panel discussion, whose titled Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan, collaborating for the next leap in India's space Odyssey. I would like to invite moderator of panel discussion, Dr. Chandra Prakash Singh, Deputy Director in Space, and the startup panelist, IIMA Venture, Agrocast, Orbit Space, Galaxy Space, and All Space. Now I am going to announce the name of the registered round table panelists, participants. Simran, Dev, Vismay, Kunj, Valli Divya, Sajan, Dhiren, Tanvi, Viran Gowda, Swarndeep, Nisant. Participants, please come on the stage. So, for the panel discussion, after 25 minutes, you have the first buzzer and the second buzzer after 30 minutes. Okay, and the high tea will held after the post panel discussion.
Yeah. Hello. Good evening, everybody. So this is our first panel discussion. I think all of you are excited. You had very good presentations from the startups, the investors that we have here, and I'm sure you have learned a lot. And now you know that your future uh, in the space sector is not limited to ISRO. Okay, so you can aspire to be your own. You can have your own entrepreneurship. You can join some startup, or you can. There are a lot of MSMEs also in India now. They are growing. Even the big companies like Tata, Adani, they are also coming up in this space sector in a big way. So future is very bright for you. You can decide on your own technical might and your own ambitions. You should not let it go, okay? And you should not settle for something which is very, non-premier. So think about it. However, ISRO is still very much doing, in fact, high-end R&D work. Those who are interested in academics, they want to reach to the unreached things. They want to do many, many, great innovations. They should definitely aspire to join ISRO and go for mentorship, go for your project work at ISRO. Various labs are there. And for entrepreneurship, in-space is always there. So we'll start with the first round. And as I understand, the format is that students will be, posing questions to the presenters. But before that, I'll also have few questions for students as well as for the presenters. So before I ask questions, I think I think let us see the mood of the students. I mean, what they are having in their mind. So who will be, please raise your hands, those who want to ask questions first. Because I don't know your
I
names.
want to ask question with Galaxy Eye for
Galaxy Eye. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Shoot your questions.
You have written that like the multi-spectral.
You're not audible.
Am I now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the multi-spectral imaging and the hyperspectral imaging both are same or different?
No, no. Multispectral and hyperspectral are different in the sense that hyperspectral are narrower bands, but a lot of them. It could be 100 plus bands, while multispectral are lower number of bands, less than 8 usually, but wider bands.
All right. Thank you.
Hello. So what ISRO is doing for the deep space exploration?
The question is to whom?
To anyone.
Anybody can answer.
Anyone.
Okay, ISRO. You're asking question to ISRO. I think my friend Kunal is sitting here. He will answer this question. Can somebody give him the mic?
So deep space exploration, we are having few missions lined up. You would have already seen the Aditya L1. It's already on the L1 we are, and that is one mission for the study of the sun. We are also having the Venus mission. So we have reached that deep now, not beyond that as of now. So these are the few missions what we are doing. We already have a AstroSat, which is the observatory, and many breakthrough research activities are being carried out with the data of the AstroSat. So these are the three missions currently which are catering the deep space exploration.
And one more question. Means human कब deep explore करेंगे from one planet to another planet?
Human कब करेंगे?
Colonize कब करेंगे हम किसी दूसरे planet पर जाके?
So if you are asking a world level capability and then answering, then maybe by 2060 we should be multi-planet species. That is what I expect.
Mic check. Am I audible? Very good evening, everyone. Nishant this side from LD College of Engineering. So I feel immense proud to sit over here between all these panelists, all the members. So my question is about how students are going to manage this things like regarding ISRO, space missions, and a lot of things which we are quite not familiar about, because there is a misconception in most of the students. I'm not talking about everyone, but most of the students, that the ISRO and the space thing is only for the aerospace engineers. But the thing is, my question is, how we are going to collaborate with all the delegates, like all the branches of engineering into this, and also how the curriculum will also inculcate its general activities, so that the industrial demands also fulfills the basic needs. And the question is for all the panelists. Anyone?
Yeah, I think this is amazing. And I compliment you for posing a very, very nice question. And there was a debate recently in one of the conference. I was part of that panel. And industry was asking this question, that what kind of curriculum, what kind of skilling to be done? Because what is happening, the professors are basically, driving the courses which are age old sometimes they are not, innovative enough to, meet the demand of the industry. What is happening, ISRO was finding the same thing, and ISRO created its own institution, IIST, right? So they started meeting their demand through in-house, institution that they build. But those people are not available or not enough for, the companies they are coming up. So there is a strong need for IITs and various engineering institutions to understand that what is the demand and what kind of skill sets are required. And that's what IN-SPACe is doing through its promotional activities. We have a PD directorate, promotion directorate. They are in touch with these institutions, and they are giving them the feedback that what industry is looking for, what kind of skill sets in various domains. And I'll say that I'm also a botanist, okay? I'm not an aerospace engineer. I'm a ISRO scientist, but right now contributing to in-space journey on deputation. So it's not like that. ISRO is having social scientists, ISRO is having agriculturists, ISRO is having botanists, geologists, geologists. All sectors, all branches are available in ISRO because they are contributing. They are supposed to contribute to understand moon geology, to understand what kind of quakes are happening there. So all branches are required. And if anybody wants to substantiate what I've answered, I think it's open for them. Anybody wants to say anything?
So I think as a very recent graduate, I can give a fresh perspective as well. I would say space is a very glorious field, but I think at the end it just comes to doing what you love, and also a bit of a counterintuitive advice, but also paying attention to the academics in college. So let's say if you love mechanical engineering, for example, for me, all the subjects that I learned in college, which I found genuinely interesting in physics, mechanical engineering, mechanics of solids, design of machine elements. So I'm just giving one specific example. I took all of that and then went into space and started applying that in the mechanical team. And that felt very natural and easy to do. And similarly, all the other friends, like space is obviously the goal, but they usually go into it from the love of something they want to do. They want to do controls, they figure out orbital dynamics and then go into it. So just keep doing whatever you like. You have 4 years in college, 2 years, you can do anything. Try to focus on a specific thing in the last 2 years, and then if it is space, so be it.
And I would like to elaborate my question once. So by elaborating, I mean, what are the basic hurdles that the student and the academia feels about the basic, because India's vision for 2047 after the 100 years of independence is that to become the part of the $1 trillion space economy. So how are we going to manage all that with the help of youth? Because obviously the youth are the lamp bearers of the future. So how, what are the hurdles and how we are going to pass on to those hurdles? Because right now, after all this Gaganyaan mission and the vision of Indian space station, we are at the edge of the frontier. So what are the basic hurdles current hurdles?
So let me tell you, you cannot alter the curriculum of the university, right? Decided by AICT. So in that scenario, the deemed university or like let's say IIT has a liberty to do the multidisciplinary your skill development, right? So rather you can opt to join such a university for a semester or so and explore and the new uh, areas, as well as you can also explore by doing the internship with any of a startup where you think your skills can be a good fit, or you can have a good knowledge enhancement doing the internship. So with these two criteria you can do your skill development, which will be a part of the startup or industry need. Yeah.
So if you look at like couple of day back, I think there was an industry article. We'll talk about now spaces tech has a lot of stuff. Money is available. A lot of interesting folks are starting. What is the gap? Then the right set of skill people is not available, which is showing that industry now, because this is privatization, the way like startups things are moving, there is a more people required and going to be absorbed this industry. So this industry is open on that way. If you ask any founder in this room and say, after you shot down, like, you identified the problem statement, you identified where you get your money, what is the third problem you want to solve? Then they talk about the team, people, right? So that's the essential, and that is again, in the first presentation in peer side, Steffi has presented, right? Uh, Steffi is like, you are a PDPU art student, right? So it's inclusive. It's not like only tech people who are actually coming. There are people who are coming with a diverse background. They are contributing to this ecosystem. So that is already started within the tech, definitely started, but it started with beyond the tech as well. And that is a way the whole, you can say, skill industry is going to be evolved.
Thank you.
Hope your questions is answered
Yes,
properly.
yes, yes,
Okay,
sure.
that's great. Go ahead.
Hello, sir. Good evening, everyone. So, we already know, like India is pioneered in satellites, like how to build rockets and satellites. But there is some lag in the science part. Suppose I'm from geology background, so I see like the moon's geology or Martian geology. This will be very helpful when we are going to send a man to Mars or moon. Like Apollo has already sent moon people to moon. So what happens is that when we go there, we need to understand the terrain of this. So will there be like startups coming? Like what will be the future of startups in mapping like Martian geology or this? So will they be having a future like mineralogy? So which is basically I'm studying interior of like the planets, the moonquakes, so that when we send a mission like planned like human mission to Mars or beyond Mars also, like exoplanetary subjects. So like will startups will if they are developed, will they be successful, or what will be the future of these missions and these startups which will be based on this?
So basically, if you're talking about startups, these kind of activities which are not yielding any business opportunity or revenue, then nobody is going to invest in that. Okay, so it will die down. So first of all, you have to think of the business proposition. Okay, so if mining of asteroid or mining of certain planets within the treaties that are already available through UNOSA, if you're operating and trying to build some kind of economy or some kind of in-orbit economy, like Christopher was talking and many others were talking about how to build in-orbit economy. So those are going to be the sustainable business model. Let's say if you do some astrobiological experiments, or try to bring pharmaceuticals, do the crystallization in the zero gravity, or print the organs, by using bioreactors. Those kind of things are maybe in futuristic, but may yield some business model. Okay, so then you'll find a lot of funders, and you will also be able to contribute as a biologist, as a pharmaceutical industry instrument, or let's say you want to do space tourism. So there, what you're talking about is going to play a great role, that how to build the habitations, in which part of it, whether it is going to be the lava tube, or we are going to carry some kind of manufactured pre-installed certain things which can be inflatable, so that we can make a habitat there for people to live. So architectures, space architecture is a new segment which is coming for that. So that there people can contribute, material science people can contribute in building those kind of lightweight composites. So ample opportunity is going to come in that. But I think time will be coming very soon, not very far away. I think space tourism is going to be right time for that. And then, as you said, that building habitations and things like that in other planets.
So even for building like materials, we cannot transport it from the earth. It has to be mined from that place.
Yes.
So for that we need basic knowledge of that terrain. So for this we will be needing it, but maybe it is now done by ISRO, NASA, by the government organizations, not by startups. But maybe soon with the demand, maybe
Yes,
people
yes,
can
you're rightly
start
saying.
them.
So foundation, yeah, I think he has to add.
Hello. So your question had a two-part. One was a science part.
Yes.
So he himself is a part of that. I used to be a part of that area where we focus on this planetary science activities, and we have a very two established groups for dedicating to this geoscience and other activities. So that is a science part we are taking care. We have a PRL also, physical research laboratory. So they also have a lot of say in this field. When it comes to the startup industry and how, as he rightly said, if it doesn't make a business sense, it is not possible in India. But still, if you see, there is something called IM2, Intuitive Machine. If you have heard the name of this company, so they got a order from NASA under the CLPS model, commercial lunar payload services, wherein now they are going to first time bring the samples and give it to the NASA, and they will buy. So that is how so they are looking for the geologists now, which are the best samples to be collected. So that's how the startups are coming up. But yes, they are still in a very nascent stage, and business cases yet to be generated for that.
Thank you, sir.
I'll also add to it. As you are mentioning, there's one startup. So that Astha startup, what was the name of that?
Aka.
Yeah, Aka Space. So they are venturing into that domain which you are talking about, and they are doing analog missions. So how would Mars look? How would habitat look, and all that stuff. So people are doing that. The business proposition is obviously not yet sure. But yes, good luck to all those.
Good afternoon, panelists, moderator, and the audience. My name is Dev. I'm a computer science student at Pandit Dindayal Energy University. And as a computer science student, I would look at the space technology that we have from the perspective of data. And I realized that in the upcoming years, if we do indeed want to dominate the world tech, the space tech economy, we need to have a stronghold over downstream services. And then we do have a stronghold over downstream services. Not only do we need to collect a lot of data, but also analyze the data in a way that it gives concrete and beautiful results that the industry might actually benefit from. And I also realized that when we need to process that data, it requires a lot of infrastructure and B, a lot of capital. And then I realized that we have a competition from billion-dollar companies sitting in USA, sitting in California, Google, Microsoft, and all of that. And in India itself, firstly, the space budget is low, and secondly, the venture capitalism in startups is also very low. So, how does IN-SPACe and all of the startups plan to combat these billion-dollar companies in collecting data, mining it, modifying it, and giving out concrete results with all the lack of infrastructure that we have?
I think it's about finding your mode. Like, for example, at Galaxy, we are doing co-register data. That is unique, right? PSite they have also identified a unique market opportunity, right? Similarly, there are other companies in India who are identifying unique market opportunities and targeting those market opportunities. Maybe we cannot compete directly with the uh, big companies, right? But we can identify market opportunity. We can identify targets like where we can attack, and we can gain our market share from there. That is one perspective I would think of here.
Thank you.
So another thing is that if you think about the data availability itself from ISRO, right, and the problem statement we as India have, there is a huge potential of applications from the free available data itself only. We don't need that much high resolution data for solving some small problems, even of India itself. So if we look in that perspective, we just need to use the available data, what is possible data, make the application out of it, and we can really amazingly solve Indian specific problems for existing data, which our country itself has, and which is also free. So we have to think in that perspective also.
Thank you, sir. That makes sense.
So there are a few more perspectives on this. So data is something which is very vital for developing any downstream application. That's right. There are a lot of free data which is already poured to you. Like NISAR is going to give you terabytes of data every day. Sentinel is already giving data. Landsat is giving the data. ISRO is sitting on the pile of more than 5 petabyte of data already, right? There are a lot of most of the data which is 5 meter and above is already free. Who is stopping you to use that data? Nobody is stopping you to use the data. What we don't have is the cloud computing facilities, the GPUs that we don't have much. We should talk about that kind of infrastructure now more. So in that, DST is taking lead, and they are trying to build, I think, 10,000 GPU system, which will be available to even institutions like IITs and many other, maybe the industry can also use it, and they have to pay for it. So that GPU computing power is very important. And second part is the developing the models to compute that. Now you must have heard, if you're following this particular domain, the system called embeddings have been built in for AI computing. So embeddings are going to completely disrupt the entire archival system. So the data that 20 years down the line, what was available was still found valuable, will not be touched by the AI. You are going to have embeddings, everything, 20 years decadal data is just put into 64 vectors in the embeddings, and that will be fed into AI, not for consumers, but for the consumer will be the AI. So that kind of disruptions are coming for the data. I think we should be getting ready. At the same time, we should be also contributing to those developments. So as a student, as a data miner, you should try to contribute, developing some algorithms, and try to take a patent out of it, and then see people will be after you. That's my advice to you.
Thank you, sir. And sir, a little follow-up to that. you mentioned that there are a lot of disruption happening in this particular field, and you also mentioned the right understanding that there is a lack of infrastructure we have in that. And I was wondering that, as you said, we do indeed have a lot of data already, and you also mentioned that terabytes and petabytes of data is there given by ISRO, and it's just sitting there and no one is using it. And the question rightly so emerges: what if someone else uses that data that we created, just because they have a better processing power than us, and then they may get an edge ahead of us, and we may lag behind just because we haven't invested the money in applying the data into the right applications.
Yeah. So it's not like nobody's using it. People are using it. That's why they are acquiring those data sets. We are not using it for our own purposes. They are using for their own purposes. They want to do analytics over India to understand what kind of crops we are growing and how much at a broader sense for doing the economic spying over it. But whether you are using it for your own economic benefit or for your own management, no, because you don't have that kind of model which is required for India. Right now, you're using foundation models which has been made by IBM and NASA, and they are not capturing the heterogeneity that you are having in this country. Because you are so populous, your landscape is so fragmented, you need to have your own foundation model. But the people like you are supposed to make those foundation models to work for India, then only we will get the proper analytics out of that data.
So this is the hand of the computer scientists of India.
Yes.
All right, noted.
And
And
also, like, if you look at how ecosystem evolved, you say there is no computing power, there is no money available. How ecosystem evolve? Ecosystem evolve when they see the right use case. If you drop the right use case in the market, ecosystem player will find you in terms of funding you as well as processing will also come. So it's not a function of ecosystem is not ready. You have to show them a right use cases which industry can value, right? So what is the difference if you look at in India? Lot of data basically based solution who are coming, it's like so there is a, if you need to be very sure about, are you building a basically product which is a vitamin, so it's a painkiller. If you're building the painkiller on data, it will work. If you're creating vitamins, which is basically in Indian enterprise are not paying for the vitamins, right? So you identify the right data, identify the painkiller use case. Interestingly, is ecosystem will evolve. You will find a computing, you find a money also.
And so last question from my side, it is unrelated to what I previously asked. In the future, there will be so many satellites roaming around the space. There will be so many debris from the satellites, and we already saw the dangerous implications of anti-satellite missiles. For example, the Chinese satellite created roughly 150,000 debris particles. Many of those aren't even trackable. So is in-SPACe and the startup companies prepared? Are they prepared to deal with the fact that we may launch a satellite tomorrow, and it'll be so crowded that we will have to maneuver it properly, we will have to deorbit it properly, and we'll have to deal with all that debris? And also the fact that are they working towards the trillion-dollar business opportunity that lies in debris mitigation in future?
Yes, definitely. So this is going to be one of the critical problem of this age because of the mega constellations coming. And the problem is addressing different approaches. It's not the single approach, and every approach is its uniqueness, right? The way we are approaching and the way, let us say, Jay is approaching. Both are the ways of that mitigation, that same problem, how to avoid the debris. There are some third persons also working how to catch those debris and deaccelerate it, using some thrust. So this is also going to be one of the major opportunity to create a sustainable orbits, right? We are using it right now, exploiting it, but right now in the policy itself, also in the international space treaties, the compliances are coming that if you are in the space for let us say 3 to 4 years, or like after 25 years, you have to compulsory deorbit your satellites. These are the type of compliances are also coming up. So in terms of compliances, rules, regulations are also increasing. Again, the company who is operating their satellites also has to be vigilant enough for their space assets in that orbit. So it's a collective efforts, right? It is something, it's a common, and we have to share it, use it, and make it available for the future generations also. Yeah.
Yeah.
That your satellite will get hit by this debris. Okay, and you can take preventive action. This is there now. Okay, I'm just telling you to do this so that you can then do some maneuvering and move out of it. Okay, we have AFR, we get this notification and we take care. Okay. Similarly, in SHAR there is a radar which is called MOTR, which it tracks all the debris around in a large kilometers and can warn all ISRO satellites. Okay, so these are preventions, but what Sir told is very correct. How to resolve this in a long term, we have to think and come up with a solution. Fine.
And yeah, I'll also shortly just add to it. So there are international guidelines that everyone follows, and ISRO also follows, where you have to deorbit your satellite if it has stopped functioning within a certain time period. And recently, one satellite in the geo orbit was also fined for not being moved to a graveyard orbit where all dead satellites are kept. And usually, people out of like a good practice situation move their satellites out of the way if they can. The problem of debris is real, but it's not that pressing today. The chances of a satellite getting hit by a debris piece is like in 10 raised to minus 6. And there are open source data sets available by NASA where you can track all the objects. They keep tracking regularly and make that data set. Companies like Gandhinagar also are making the software stack to keep doing all of those analysis and safeguarding your satellites. But yeah, in general, I think it's just a good practice situation, and active debris removal is not a big business today. There are like $80 million grants by Japanese Space Agency, for example, but those are all demonstrations, and they are being done because of the dual use case. But it's not like the world is ending because of debris in like the next 5 years.
Uh, Good evening, everyone, all the panelists, moderators, and all the audience. Myself, Vismay Shah, from second year CSE student from Pandit Dindar Energy University. So my question is, from all of your perspective, which interdisciplinary skills like AI, quantum tech, material sciences, robotics, or astrobiology should graduate student focus on today to remain relevant for the space economy of 2047 or just the next decade?
So computer vision for the downstream, I would say, along with the AI ML expertise, because we are taking care of the data processing and analytics. So yeah, hardware side, I would like to hear from other.
So I would say again, coming back to the first point, like first is getting the fundamentals right. You should have the basics cleared. Whatever domain you like, you should have the fundamentals clear. And then maybe the way things are changing now is all the repetitive things in the minute work will be replaced by AI. Very generic thing, but for example, making a drawing for the component, you're making a mechanical part. That part is getting automated now. So I think your ability to learn new skills and accelerating what you're already doing will be very important. So it can be in PCB design. That is also like there are tools which are automating that. And if you are a coder, you anyways know every month you have to learn something new, otherwise you will be obsolete. So I think the most important skill right now is to keep learning new things, and the fundamentals should be clear, obviously. Otherwise, you won't know what a hallucinating AI is doing to your system.
So Chandra Prakash sir rightly said that not a single part of the education system is left apart in the space technology. So it's an ecosystem, and it requires attention of every part, not just engineering. Legal, if you are not aware about, legal is also one of the biggest domain right now for space economy, because the legal formalities are right now, not there. Science is what madam says, PRL is doing, but every science is in space, in different domains, different planets. It has to be monitored, it has to be studied. Civil, if you see the spaceport of India, is the civils the work, and it is a very gigantic work, right? So you have to be interested, you have to be self motivated in the domain that you like, and you will find your place in the space economy.
Can I? We all know that the jack of all is master of none. So talking about Indian education system, we are we are supposed to mug up all the equations rather on focusing innovation from a very start, because the mind of a children, mind of a little kid is like a clay. We can mold it that way, as if whatever we want we can mold it that way. But initially, if we are focusing on more over quantity rather than quality, that would not create a lot of innovation into students. Because as we see, the successful mission Chandrayaan 3 was not led by a single person, it was led by an entire team. And in all these people in the team were all, everyone was not perfect into their domain. So my question is that why we all are expected to be master, jack of all, but not the master of one?
I don't think this is the situation. People work collectively. We work as a beehive, and everybody is contributing to their given task, and collectively it is reaching to the larger goal. So I don't think anybody is expecting in any sector to be master of everything.
But initially, if I may interrupt, initially, I'm talking about from a very start of a, when the mind is developing. For example, if I am in an 8th standard, I am supposed to be studying the curriculum. And if I am interested in any other thing, if it be it coding, anything related to space, anything related to designing, anything related to designing.
I think such things we'll discuss off the record.
Okay, sure.
We should give opportunity to others who was not
Yeah.
speaking. So, very quick questions.
Sir.
I think, okay. One more session is there, you'll get the opportunity. Yeah, quickly.
Good evening all, my name is Kunsha. As IN-SPACe has established an national committee for space education, but the reality is I think that that committee is only concentrated to IITs and NITs, and many thousands of engineering institutes are left untouched. So talking about the EV sector, we have seen that the EV sector has organized many hackathons, programs, but I have not seen any hackathon of space technology.
No, it's not true. ISRO has
Hardly
done-
one or two I have seen. I have participated in more than 2 EV hackathons last year, but I hardly have seen one space tech hackathon by any.
Okay, we'll take this as an input, and we'll try to do this more often. We'll request ISRO team also, and in IN-SPACe we'll also try to do this. Thank you. Maybe later. Yeah, we are doing a lot of competitions, but he's specifically asking for space hackathon. But we are into rocketry and CANSET, model building competitions and all that are happening. I think you should follow more on that. Yeah, quick comments, and without giving any background of the question, just pose your question.
Hi, sir. So I have a question like industry needs skills, but there is a myth going on like there is a lack of jobs and other things, but industry like startups and ISRO need good skilled person. So do you feel like ISRO and the other startups that some skills or any courses that must be added to the curriculum of engineering college or other, so that skilled people can people can get skilled, like any courses that are in need of ISRO and other startup, but engineering colleges and other colleges are not teaching this. So any specific skill or like degree or something you want to add?
AICT is like revising the curriculum now and then. So I believe from the inputs from the experts or the academia, they must be taking care of those things. Yeah.
Can
Okay,
I?
so we'll take last round. Yeah. Okay. I think she has not asked.
Yeah. So my question is like a week ago only, or maybe 10 days ago, ISRO started its first analog mission in the Himalayan region. So what other analog sites we have in India?
Yeah, Ladakh is one such analog site where Martian things are there, and we have Matanu Mud here, which is also like a moon analog site. And there are a lot of activities are happening. Apart from taking the data, people are also trying to run their rovers on these analog sites. People are also trying to do some kind of demonstrative activities, or like living for 15 days in isolation and doing work and kind of stuff. Yeah, so this is the now last question only. You want to ask? Okay, go ahead.
As we know that artificial intelligence laying the base for the development of every sector, even in the space sector, artificial intelligence is used. So how AI is being used in space technology, and how ISRO and other space research organizations contributing towards the development of the artificial intelligence?
On behalf of all of you, I'll just answer this question. I'm sure all of you know answer for it. So AI is getting used in every sector of space technology, whether it is upstream, downstream, or midstream. Everywhere it is getting used. When I say upstream, rockets are also using it. Satellites are also using it. There are a lot of edge computing happening on board. And in the downstream activity also, the data is being computed using AI, ML, and various other models.
So generally GPUs are used for edge computing. You install a GPU in a satellite and you can run your AI ML algorithms in space. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to thank all the students and panelists for a great round of discussion. And thanks to the organizers as well. Thank you.
Thank you to our distinguished panelists for sharing such futuristic perspectives. I request all the student participants to collect the certificates from the left side of the stage. For the next panel discussion titled Infinite Possibilities Converging Academia, Startups and Industries, I would like to invite the moderator, Shri Ashish Soni, SAC ISRO, and the startup panelists, Peerside, GVFL, GeoNomads, and Azista to the stage. I'm announcing the names of the registered roundtable participants. Udita Gaura, Madhusudan, Suchit, Jagarav Shukla, Rathod, Shlok Panchal, Raj Bahadur, and Yash. Kindly come on the stage and take your seats.
So the rules are same. First buzzer we have after 25 minutes, and the final buzzer we have after 5 minutes, after 30 minutes. Okay. So we have the first buzzer at 20.
Hello. Good evening. Myself, Ashish Soni, and I am from Space Application Center. Basically, I am mechanical engineer and looking after the fabrication of all space mechanical components through external vendor as well. So, and we have more than 25 plus vendors from where we are making our mechanical components from 5 to 50 microns tolerance. With me, we have Mr. Gaurav Sheth from Peerside, Mr. Bhupesh Gupta from Geonomeds, Mr. Shantanu Chaudhary from Azista, and Mihir Joshi ji from GVFL. Welcome all of you, and good evening, students. First of all, let me talk about myself. When I was in 10th standard or 12th standard or 5th mechanical BE, and when I told my father to think about something business or kind of thing, and my father straight away said, no, ये तुम्हारा काम नहीं, this is not cup of your tea. But today the era is totally changed, and today I am also encouraging my son who is in 10th standard not to do service but do some startup activity. So today is the right occasion to discuss with all of you. जो मैं नहीं कर पाया वो आप लोग कर पाओगे, उसकी मुझे खुशी है. And again, as the host told, जो वक्त के साथ नहीं चलता वक्त उसके साथ नहीं चलता. So be in time. And before starting, let me ask first question and then I will hand over mic to you. That my thing is that as today ISRO, IIM, IN-SPACe, and many organizations are there to have some faith in startups actually. So my questions to all of you is, are you happy with the current conditions from whatever the support you are getting from these organizations, or still you expect something more, and what you want from students from this today's era? And then I will hand over mic to students. Please answer, any of you who can answer, please. Yes, Santanu sir.
Your question is basically what are the.
Sir, please mic near to your face, please.
Are institutes doing
Yeah.
enough?
Or still so you expect more from okay.
Hello, hello. Is it okay? Yeah. See, there is an incompatibility between the institute and the industry. It has always been there. So when I joined 40 years ago to ISRO, I joined ISRO say 40 years ago and remained there for 37 years. So our in academic interface was one type of interface, and industry interface is another type of interface. The academic interface was under a name called Respond, for which I was member and then chairman sometimes and all that. I have gone through all the stages and seen it. So the professors used to come, we used to give the problem, they used to come with the students, we used to fund them. Now 10 to 15% time their products were usable by us. Otherwise, it were not usable because they would end up in a publication and say, I have published it, and they will give you the paper. I then cannot make it up and cannot implement it because I do not have that skill. So that gap used to be there. So in order, this academic interface is good. Your implementation should not end up with a paper, but with a actual POC done. Then possibly it will be win-win for both. Okay, this is one thing from the industry and this. Now second, I am now in an industry and I'm getting students, or I was at say ISRO and I was getting students. Okay, the students are good because I am checking them academically and asking the academic questions in interview. I get them, but the way we work and the things that are the way they are taught. So we require almost 1 year of or 6 months of interface. So that if I am wrong, you can correct, because if all of you have equal experience or more experience maybe, and so that you try to understand the industry problem, industry condition, industry attitude, all this, then only it becomes useful to us. It is not the best student will become the best person in the industry, because it is the attitude to understand what is the industry's problem, your skills and how you have really understood those skills, because you will have to have a lot of variations which are beyond the problems you get in your exercises. You read and you have exercises. This is the pattern that is going for years. It is good, but these differences may crop in between what we see in the industry and what is there, for which somehow the courses will get slowly changed. I also have this same experience. I am also a professor for 2 years. I work. Not only I am in industry, I work for 2 years as professor. And when I taught, I have always tried to give a education so that when they go to industry, they should straight away fit. So everybody has to be bring calculators, and I will give the problem. Part of the problem you will have to solve it. So it was continuous tutorials. So I was teaching signal processing, I was teaching image processing in a very, very different way, so that when they come to the industry, they are first day observable. So these small changes may have to take place. It is also taking place, but may have to take. Thank you.
So I just want to share one interesting thing. When I did my MTech from IRIS Dehradun in 2002, 2003, way back, means remote sensing and GIS was not many people, still not many people know it. But at that time, very fraction of people was knowing about this technology. So when my convocation was happening, so I have given the feedback. There is one option that any student can come up and give the feedback on the stage. So I have given very strong feedback that we are lagging behind the industry, whatever you are teaching us in the curriculum. So, but industry demands is different and we are getting different. We are very lagging behind and this and that. So, okay, that happened. Then I joined industry, and then after 22 years, I am thinking that we were much better than today's students. if the compatibility with the industry is we compare. See, this is nothing good or nothing bad. What I am saying, trying to say that, see, the pace of industry or the technology is changing so fast. And see, curriculum cannot cope up because every year you cannot change this curriculum, right? But onus is also lies with the students that you should be curious enough, and whatever you are doing, you do right, and keep your basics intact. Fundamentals अगर आपके clear है ना, basics आपके clear हैं, then in any industry you will survive very easily. Only the time will take in regarding that how you can adapt in the culture of that industry or so like that, because there are live projects, temperature, then different kind of things are there. But because this remote sensing and geospatial technology application side, I am saying that it is very much a life science. Whatever you are used to do in your curriculum, that is also you are applying in the field, right? So if you have done your curriculum right, so why I am disappointed sometimes, because when I take in interviews, so people even don't know about the multispectral, hyperspectral difference kya hai, spectrum range kya hoti hai, which are very, very basics of this GIS. So that's why I'm saying if you are keeping your fundamentals right, then everything will be right. So you need not to worry about it, right? Thank you.
Thank you. My first question was not answered yet, but that will come back on the last session. But let us ask that I think ladies first, kindly ask first question to our entrepreneurs.
Am I audible now? Yeah. So talking from the student's point of view, I think I come here with a very simple idea that we need inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. Studying the market today, I think 92% is informal sector already. There has been monopolies over every industry. For example, Jio has completely conquered telecoms. So for us, the students, as long as we have our social security, stable employment contracts, we are looking for more. Because as I was sitting there in the high tea, I was talking to class 12 students. What I figured out was that for us right now, it's not just the basics that are important. Along with the basics, we also need to study for the competitive entrance exams as well as look for the job market from now. That we need to have a very decorative CV if we have to enter the market. So I think that's the reason why the precarity is changing so quickly, and for us, getting a job has become the first question rather than being an academic.
So I think there is disconnect in what you made as a statement and what you are coming up with. So the point is access to information and monopolistic both are different things. Access to information is more democratized now. So everybody is empowered, whether it is rich or poor, whether it's a premier institution or local institution, or even not a part of the institution, whether it's urban India or rural India or any part of the world, everybody has access to the knowledge, information. It is all together democratized. So anybody can dare. And today, because of so much technology, and today, every time the innovation happen in a more of a sequential nature. So one innovation led to the another and another to another. So today, because of those prior innovation in place in the form of building blocks, you come up with various use cases. Nothing stop anybody, whether IIT graduate or somebody simple engineer or no engineer, right? Because you can hire the people. So today you can come up with the use cases, you can solve this, the technology is available, the institution, support, infrastructure, various incubation center, accelerator, everybody is available. At the time of enrolling in any of the incubation center, if any startup goes, nobody asks what is your background, whether you belong to SC caste or maybe general caste, what is your educational background. The simple thing is, are you in a position to solve it? If it has to do with the science, whether science support it, how would you solve it? And it is likely to change something, then you dare, the things will be at your support, which was not the case 5-10 years before. So the things has drastically changed. I can smell why it is coming now from the people like you, because you, and coming back to your answer, because you have not seen the disconnected world which exists 10 years or 15 years before. So 15 years before, if you had to dare coming into a business, the first is a social problem will come कि भाई अगर आपके पास बाप दादा की जमीन जायदाद नहीं है तो नहीं कर सकते. And which was true. You need to have a land, you need to have plant, machinery, you need to have a distribution market access, because you never had the internet connectivity which can access you to the market. Today you can dare to go globally. मैं आपको सिंपल बताता हूँ. I have one of the portfolio companies. उसमें एक बंदा है, वो IIT IIM किया, बट IIT के बाद IIM किया तो वो भूल गया अपना टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट? दिस इज फैक्ट. अब पॉइंट ये है कि while he was doing it, he came up with some idea. So it is more of a software as a service, enterprise software. And then he had his batchmate who was equally IIT IIM guys. वो बोलता है कि भाई तुमको करना है तो एक CTO में दे देता हूँ, मेरा एक यंगर ब्रदर है. He did not do any college after 12th क्योंकि वो कोडिंग अच्छा कर रहा था. 12th के बाद ये भाई CTO लग गया at the age of 18. Now that company we are selling at 200 crores. Imagine a scenario wherein the co-founder, which is a CTO, he is just 12th graduate. But the point is, nobody questioned why do you have any degree or not. So the point is, we are living in a very democratized world. You people are blessed with the technology, the opportunities. You just need to think, dare, everything will be at your doorstep. So never was a scenario when ISRO, IN-SPACe, or anybody would be talking the kind of expert. And in fact, while we as an investor evaluate any of the startup, we go to the kind of expertise the ISRO people carry, right? Or IN-SPACe as a support system, which was never been a possible scenario. So the point is, this is not, the thing is accessible to me. And I think all these founders come from very humble background. I will just give you two examples. Like for example, Gaurav, while he was studying engineering, he was born like, I will be a space guy, because 4-year education in the space technology, right? I will give one example. I was talking to a founder of Dhruva Space. He was studying in SRM college, and he happened to be in a college. He was doing some space project. So it was not just completing a CGPA and good CGPA. He excited about that thing, and he said, I will continue with this. So after finishing his college, he continued, and today he's one of the large company in the space technology. The same is Pixel. It was a space. The project in a college was a space project. So every engineering student at the end of the day do a project, right? So while you are doing, apply all kind of possible technology solution, try to assess global market. आज आप एक जगह बैठ के कोई भी यूज केस आप देखते हो तुरंत ही ग्लोबली कि anybody has tried globally, correct? You can find out at a fingertips. What are the market sizing? What are the science? Does the science support to it or not? What could be expertise available? Who could provide that guidance? Who could be mentor? Can you reach out to them? तो आप तुरंत ही कनेक्ट करते हो. कहीं नेदरलैंड में बैठा हो, एक कंपनी है, एक स्टार्टअप फाउंडर है. He started working at 17 years. Now he is 20 years. he came up with a lithographic machine. There is a company called ASML, which is only company globally, multi-billion dollar company, which makes that machines for lithography, जो भी chip designing वगैरह होती है. अब पॉइंट ये है कि इसने बोला कि वो सिंगल कॉलम है, मैंने मल्टी कॉलम डिजाइन किया है. So it is just at design stage. But he said that the moment it may take 5 years, huge investment, but the moment it comes, that technology will be obsolete. So that is a daring statement. Anybody in India could make it. आप यकीन के मानो कि वहाँ नेदरलैंड गवर्नमेंट ने उसको इन्वाइट किया था कि यू कम हियर, वी विल इन्वेस्ट $20 million in your company or startup, you incorporate here. So it is now the tag war between the government of India and the government of Netherlands कि कौन इसको खींच के पा रहा है और यहाँ पर करा रहा है. So what I am saying कि today the power equation has shifted. It is democratized world. Everybody should feel empowered for themselves. The things will work in their favor.
Yeah, I fully agree. In Rajkot, we have so many vendors who are only 10th pass and making tremendous machineries. So there are so many examples actually. Yeah, next please.
No, but was your question answered?
उसको जॉब गारंटी ढूंढ रहे थे, but unfortunately जॉब तो ये आप देर करो, ये गौरव भाई बैठे हैं. He likes the young student who are capable, who can. So if every employer likes the student who have the great capability commitment, तो आज के दिन में और भी पूछते हैं कि यार इतना काम करोगे नहीं करोगे, आप क्या रिजल्ट लाओगे, आपके पास वो कैपेबिलिटी है कि नहीं. It is only those statements. If you do that, globally any employer will be happy to hire. जो market खराब है ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है. It can never be.
No, but
Yes.
sorry, I didn't exactly get the question. Yeah, Mike.
No, what I was trying to say was कि definitely digital media आने के बाद a lot of information आ गया हमारे पास. It's literally information overload. But जब कोई भी startups as a student we are trying to start, तो वो जो risk factor जो हम लेते हैं, वो risk आपको नहीं लगता कि with over time it has increased to a certain extent जहाँ पे we are just trying to sell it, maybe there are a lot of buyers, but हमारा जो precarity है वो कहीं पे गुम चुका है. Like you have come from a very humble background as sir was talking about, but don't you think that the market competition has increased so much over time and the informal sector has grown to a larger extent at this era? So that's what I was saying.
Okay. Yeah, we can take it later.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. So I will try to keep it.
Not audible.
Are you?
Yeah.
So I will try to keep it straightforward. I am an MSc Physics student, second year student. So almost I know all of the physics that is taught up to master's level. So now what opportunities do I get in space technologies? One, and I know I have to do some skills. I have to acquire some skills. So what specific skills, like using a software, like what specific skills do space technologies need so that I can enter in the space technology?
Gaurav will answer this
Yeah,
question.
I'd love to answer this because I'm also a physics student. I did my BTech, but it was in physical sciences. So end of the day, same. I think a great area for you is systems engineering. So what system engineering does is that, somebody needs to speak to the end user. Let's say it's an agriculture user. So understand their requirement, that what they really want, come back and translate that in terms of specifications for electronics and ensure that the whole system works. Right. So this is an area where someone with physics is very suitable. I've seen that in, my own career. And in terms of what skills you should have, like, with physics, mathematics and coding, I think you can be one of the best system engineers, out there. And that is really, really needed. In case you're interested, we are also, looking at such people at peer site. Please contact us. We would love to speak to you. Yeah.
So, like as you mentioned that there are opportunities in physics and all. I just want to know, suppose there is a physicist and he makes a model, but in real life that model is not accurate. So there is a certain gap between practicality and what we assume in our calculation and formulas. So to bridge that gap, we people generally do internships so that they can get the real life experience of what they are studying and all. So not exactly the job opportunities, but as a researcher or some kind of as a student, I just want to learn. I just not want to do a job, but I just want to learn things practically. So, are there any companies or agencies who has their programs
No, so
similar
we
to this?
started this thing last year. What we did was, final sem, we saw engineering students waste a lot of time in applying to companies. So what we said was that, December, say you can start working with us. By March, we'll give you a clear answer whether we want to hire you full time or not, right? So that rather than spending this last 3-4 months applying everywhere, writing a GRE, figuring stuff out, you learn, and if things align, we give you a PPO within those 3 months. So that's an initiative we've started, and we like to continue continuously. So it helps both sides. You get to see whether you are compatible with us. We get to see whether you're vice versa, and also that application time is not wasted. That was something I personally was getting disturbed, that a lot of people I know just spend time in figuring things out and applying. So rather than that, you can use that last semester project, and that's something my urge to academia as well, that please start having more and more projects. This concept of last semester being a complete project in industry is really good.
Even in tea break, CP also told me that they are also planning to start some internship in IN-SPACe for students. So once that is get approved, definitely one can have this opportunity with IN-SPACe as well. Yeah, next please.
Okay. Hello, sir. So I am Raj Bahadur, and I am also a physics student. So I have two questions. One is related to physics, another is not. So what I basically study is theoretical astrophysics. So whenever I hear about that ISRO did this, ISRO did that, I really don't find physics over there in the results. I find that they have applied nice physics, they did some engineering, they have reached the moon, but I don't know any results that come out of it. Like I don't know did we got to know about, let's say, moon. I mean, I don't know what we got to know about gravity out of that mission. Yeah. So
Again, I'd like to take that because where I was previously at ISRO and spent a lot of time on Chandrayaan 2 orbiter. So if you go towards Chandrayaan 2 orbiter, it was, I think, the world's greatest multi-sensor satellite. It had hyperspectral synthetic aperture radar, dual band SAR, terrain mapping camera, world's highest resolution optical camera. About physics, there was an instrument called CLASS. You should really go up and see the results. It's Chandra's large area soft X-ray spectrometer. So what it essentially did was that the sun rays which hit the moon were received back using the orbiter to determine the lunar soil characteristics. So I think that has been one of the most powerhouse satellites ever sent to the moon, and has resulted in, I think, more than 40 peer-reviewed papers across physics in very fundamental class of physics as well, right? And also there was another instrument called XSM, which was X-ray solar monitor. So though it was on the moon, but it was monitoring the sun, because at moon there is no atmosphere, so you don't have any perturbation from that, and you can have a very accurate, mapping of the sun. So it isn't true that fundamental physics isn't done. If you come down to Space Application Center, I think one of the most fundamental forms of science are studied and applied there. And there are several papers, and if you'd like to learn more, I'm also very happy to personally share this stuff with you.
Next please.
I had a second question.
Only
I
one
think,
question, second question in tea time.
I think
Please.
that is more important than the first
Okay,
one.
go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, like, I do study theoretical physics, and whenever I talk to people from ISRO or other places, let's say BARC, and then I talk to the professors, I find a difference between these two kind of people. What I find is that whenever someone is working in these institutions, let's say ISRO or BARC, they are working on their ongoing projects. So I feel like, I mean, from what I got from them, that ISRO and BARC spaces like this do not have a space for original ideas. They are already working on something, and if you are good in your skills, you can join and you can join their projects. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
see,
you think in that sense that these institutions are losing brain power, like India's brain power?
मतलब इट्स एज एन एनालॉजी, मतलब आपको रोज दाल चावल खाना पड़ता है, फिर एक दिन बिरयानी मिलता है. सो यू कांट एक्सपेक्ट टू वर्क इन इंस्टीट्यूशंस where the institution will run as per your original ideas. But I totally disagree that there is no scope of fundamental physics or original ideas, right? I'll give you an example. Yeah. Yeah, correct. There is scope for that. So ISRO has a program called TDP. It stands for Technology Demonstration Program, just for your knowledge. So outside the regular programs going on, if a scientist believes that, okay, I can make an impact, they can go ahead and propose a technology development program. They get manpower, they get budget for that. And once they develop that technology, it is mainstreamed. I'm being a little bit of ISRO spokesperson, but there is a program like that.
Along
So
with TDP, we have Respond also, and as a student also, he can apply for Respond and can carry his research on that part as well.
like, to answer your question, like if somebody has an original idea, there is a place that you can go while you're working in ISRO. You can go and propose that idea. You get a separate budget for it. You implement it, and then it will be mainstreamed as well. So it is something like a startup. Like you get the seed funding right away.
So continuous research is going on.
Yes, so hello, am I
Yeah.
audible? Yeah. So first of all, when this conference thing commenced, and I literally had goosebumps that it is possible in this era, in this particular time, that all the startups, the industry, ISRO, IN-SPACe, and India as an entire ecosystem is so much accessible to the common student as studying from a tier 3 college, but it is a prestigious one. So I'm from Pandit Deendayal Energy University, and I have actively been working in STEM domain, be it robotics, drones, hyper efficiency battery electric vehicles. And recently, since 10 months, we are a bunch of students. We are working hand in hand to develop our CubeSat. And so it's been 10 months since it's under the program, and 3 months we have had intensive reviews, literature reviews, and we are near completing to the configuration. So coming from this background, my question is not very tech savvy. I'll ask you those in tea time, definitely. So taking bits and bits from everyone and catering to the diverse panel, I would like to ask that the youth today is ready to get into the space sector, and seeing the current scenario in markets, jobs, and startups, it is booming. So at this junction, we have the opportunity to choose between private sector, startups, or reputed companies, or public sector, be it ISRO, BHEL, or some other affiliated branches. And the exposure that we are going to get are different in both. Most of you here, the startup founders, have core concrete experience in ISRO, like 8 years, 10 years plus, and then you have went on and started your own companies. Like I would like to highlight Mr. Gaurav's post recently. I used to read Pierce Edger Monday posts that you said you were so sure of your startup because you had critical experience in space tech industry, and that's why you're damn sure that you're going to build your company really good and you're going to do wonders in your own company, and hence you don't fear competitors. Something I interpreted like it from that. So just one more branch to that is, there are two mindsets: startup mindset and the job mindset, and both require different sets of skills, both require different sets of soft skills. And along with that, there is this one other thing, that experience versus the novice passion. As we're seeing that, as you rightly mentioned, that many young founders also are doing wonders in life right now. So there is a childish spark that we have right now when we're in college. Maybe it will last for 5-10 more years, but after, as we mature, as the experience stacks up, we are afraid to start maybe new things because we analyze too much, or we are concerned too much about the details. So what is your take, like, overall, like, what should we do?
Bhupesh ji, can you answer him?
So, see, if you dare, then you need not to worry about it, right? I will just see, there are two different kind of mindsets. It's very right, like entrepreneurship and job, and both are required. Because you see, I am entrepreneur, and if everyone is entrepreneur in this audience, then who will run the company? See, who will do the ground job, right? So we require both kind of mindsets, and both are very well respected. Only thing is that for entrepreneurs, or the for the potential entrepreneurs, the market was no so conducive earlier. Like he rightly said, that 5 years back, 10 years back, or 20 years back. In 20 years back, also I thought to establish my own company. Why I couldn't dare. But that seed was there in my heart and my mind, which germinated after 22 years of doing job. So in I am a mid-age entrepreneur, right? So if I can dare having so many family responsibilities and so many things at stake, then you are young, so you can go ahead. You just have to have business acumen and right mindset. That's it.
Yeah. Yes, please. I think this is the last question, and then we will discuss during the IT session, right? Yeah.
Hello.
Okay, both one question from each. Yeah.
So, good evening, panel. Good evening, my.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Otherwise,
So
gaadi
I am
chhut
Suchit
jayegi.
Sharma from VGC, fourth year mechanical engineer. Well, I had a bunch of questions. Just let's skip them. Is it okay if I speak in Hindi?
Oh yes.
Okay.
अच्छा लगेगा.
So मेरा क्वेश्चन एकेडमिया से रिलेटेड ये है कि there's a gap between the skills that I possess as a fourth year engineer and what the industry requires, है ना? What is ISRO or IN-SPACe doing to bridge those gaps? Because I'm a mechanical engineer. I had to take mechanical engineering because there were no good aerospace programs available. They did not exist at all. So in my fourth year, I was exposed to automobile engineering, about a 2-week training program that was arranged by our institute at IAS. Are there similar programs available for aerospace or satellite development, or let's say entrepreneurship in any sector?
I think IN-SPACe have all this type of courses actually. और दूसरा आपने जो कहा कि आप फोर्थ ईयर में हैं और अभी तक आपको एरोस्पेस, तो वी हैव मेनी कॉलेजेस हैविंग एरोस्पेस ब्रांच इन मेनी ऑफ द कॉलेज, इवन इन इंडस इंजीनियरिंग इन अहमदाबाद itself is having same branch here. IIST is also having the same branch, and in many colleges we have this kind of branches actually.
Sir, apart from tier 1 colleges or private colleges, because I don't think any of the GTU colleges have those. And as a student of
I think
Ahmedabad,
Parul engineering may have, I don't know the exact status actually.
Just want to submit here something. Who said that ISRO only recruits aerospace engineer first?
Exactly.
This is itself is a first.
I am a pure mechanical engineer, as I told you in my
ISRO's
beginning
biggest
itself.
recruitment is in 3 areas, which is a mechanical engineering, computer engineering, and electronics communication engineering. Okay, these are the 3 fundamental branches what we recruit. Every year we have something called ICRB, ISRO Centralized Recruitment Board. We recruit only in these 3 branches. So, and there also mechanical does not mean we are strict to the mechanical. We try to cover the all allied branches.
when we say computer, it's not only computer science. If somebody say I have done ICT, IT, or something new nomenclature, we cover them. So it's a very wide. When I say electronics and communication, that does not mean EC only. Electrical is part of that, because most of the IITs, I think, you offer electrical
Mechatronics as
only.
well, correct?
So electrical, instrumentation control, other branches. So I think there is a very wide umbrella for us where we allow students. So this is not very few in maybe in VSSC we may have aerospace requirement. There also we insist or we prefer to have a master's, not at the bachelor level. So we have
We always prefer to have fundamental
branches.
We try to avoid aerospace.
And another important thing is,
Yes, this I was not wanting to tell. Aerospace is equally good, aeronautics is equally good, naval architecture is equally good, but we always try to get the fundamental.
But
That is mechanical, electronics, electrical. This we want.
Then I'm lucky.
Yeah, इसमें एक चीज और भी है, contrary to this, other way around. कि ऐसा नहीं है कि आपने एरोस्पेस इंजीनियरिंग किया है तो आपको इसरो में जॉब मिल ही जाएगा. So okay, so don't think like that.
and again, all students are missing their proper internship actually. They just need to finish their project actually and not giving their 100% at project where they can literally learn practical aspect as well. But they are missing. They just need to complete and they are focusing on CGP only. And that is the really worst part I'm facing, because I am also sitting in interview for contract people as well as BTech engineers also, and people simply doesn't know how to find the weight of a simple say this mobile. Can I ask you what is the simple method to find this weight of this mobile? Can you answer this as a mechanical engineer, or any branch of engineer can ask answer this question? What is the simple method to find the weight of this mobile?
Basically, just dipping it in water.
No, you just need to put it on the weighing scale. That's it. Why you are thinking rocket science in everything? Yeah, this is the simple answer, no? Yes, everybody can clap for me. Yeah, thank you. So last question from you.
Good evening, sir. My question is,
yes, please.
To do so development in future, to do so development in future, India and ISRO needs so much production of energy also. How ISRO and private sector companies and startups will fulfill the need of energy?
Need of energy. See, we have our IPR is also there, Institute of Plasma Research, and they are definitely researching on this, the nuclear energy kind of thing, and that is government organization, and definitely they are all that we are also thinking in this direction for energy as well. But I don't understand the right question from your side.
ईवी पे काम हो रहा है, सोलर पे काम हो रहा है, हाइड्रोजन पे काम हो
hydro
रहा है.
पे
Means
काम.
सारे means you can discover something else as well. Means everything is work in progress.
So I think we end up. Thank you all of you, and thank you all the students. So all the best. So don't think always a difficult solution first. Always try to think with a simple solution. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and moderators for a truly engaging conversation. All the participants of the discussion, please collect your certificates from the right side of the stage. Finally, I would like to invite Mr. Raj Bahadur, Secretary, Odyssey Club, to give the vote of thanks.
So hello everyone, I am Raj Bahadur. I'm in my second year of MSc Physics, and I'm also the secretary of the Astronomy Club of IIT Gandhinagar, Odyssey. First, I would like to thank our Dean of R&D, Dr. Amit Prashant, and Dr. Somnath Mitra sir from IIT Gandhinagar, Kunal Joshi sir, Ashish Soni sir, and Dr. Vimal Bhandari from ISRO SAC, and Chandra Singh sir and Rohit Singh sir from IN-SPACe. I would also like to thank all the speakers for graciously joining us today and for sharing their valuable time and insights with us. I want to express my gratitude towards the Dean of Student Affairs, Technical Council, and the Technical Secretary, and the IIT Gandhinagar security team for their constant support throughout the event. I would like to thank all our volunteers, my juniors and classmates who have worked on a very short notice, tirelessly behind the scenes to make this event possible. And last but not the least, I would like to thank the crowd, to the people who actually showed up, especially the people who actually came from outside IIT Gandhinagar. I was always told that IIT Gandhinagar is in such a remote place that people from other colleges usually don't show up. I mean, but I guess our interest in space science always brings us together. I had one more line, but okay. So I already consider you a part of our Odyssey family. For updates about our future events, you can follow us on Instagram on the left code. I mean right code. Sorry. Yeah. So I guess we can now head out for the high tea. Over there. Let's take a group photo. Everyone come on the stage. Then we can leave.
All the volunteers also, please come on stage.